Okay. Flip the camera around, why not? Here's my ugly mug. How's everybody doing this weekend? MFOS. Hello. CCT's here. Hello. You guys don't forget to hit the thumbs up or down. I always forget to say it in the beginning, and I also forget to do this, which is turn on live chat. So I miss half the messages you guys do for like probably sometimes like the first hour. It's weird. I don't understand why it doesn't start off in live chat. It starts off in top chat. I guess maybe I don't even know what dictates that you would end up in top chat on a live stream. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. A live chat is every single message that comes in, and in the order that it comes in shows up on the screen. Top chat, some messages don't come through at all. I don't see them at all. Kind of weird. And like I said, what constitutes whether you end up in the top chat or not, I don't know. So let me start off this week. First things first, update on Miss Renee's auction that I'm going to have, that others are actually taking part in and donating items to. I want to start off with that. Miss Gail is quilting a quilt, and I have a picture update of that. She has the, what's it called? What'd she say it was? The top. She's got, I think it's just, it must be multiple layers, like top and then middle, bottom, or something like that. But the top, like what it's going to look like, that's done. She's already got that done. And here is an image of that. Let me show you guys. If you are interested in a quilt at all, you'll like this. There it is. That is a good looking quilt. And I don't know if it's against the rules for for me to bid on something that's in my own auction or not, but I might bid on that if I can. Anyway, the reason that I'm not doing it this week is it's twofold. Because multiple people expressed interest in sending some things to me to add into this auction. Saltycroccollectibles is one of those. History Savior 1941 also said that he was going to send some things along that could be in the auction. And like I had mentioned to them, like if they wanted, if I was going to do it like an eBay thing, if I was going to put them on eBay, they could send me images and I could put them on eBay that way. But I think the way it's going to happen is mostly a live auction. And then I think I should put a few things on eBay so that it'll have a few days to get like people that don't make the live stream can bid on things or whatever if they want to. So I'll have to decide what is going to be what's going to be on the live auction and what will be on eBay. And I know people get upset with the eBay fee. Look, that's just part of doing business like that. Like we're trying to help Miss Renee out. If that is what's going to get the most for her, that's what I want to do. And it also, like I said, gives other people an option and an opportunity. If they wanted to get in on that and they didn't make the live stream, they would still be able to buy something or whatever it is. I've got a box filled up over here of things that I've gathered. I think I've got the SRG, got a couple of the Norwegian Arctics, which I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to do those yet, because I got some fresh MREs that I was thinking about mixing the two and putting a Norwegian Arctic with a MRE and doing them both that way, or just doing the two MREs together and doing the Norwegian Arctics either individually or split. I think splitting it up probably would be best. That way more people have an option to get something cheaper, and that you know what I mean? Like everybody's got an option. There's an option. There's going to be options for everybody if they want to purchase something, and it helps me. Every bit of it's going to Miss Renee. That's how that's going to work. I have been talking to people about getting the what's it called, GoFundMe thing set up. I have not been home on and off through the week because I told you guys last week that I had something to do last week, and I also had plans with my son that I wanted to do, which we ended up getting to do something last week. But that's what those General Lee pictures were from. We got to go to a car show last weekend, but I didn't feel it appropriate to put it in a post or anything like that about my family. One of my family members passed away, my dad's brother, my uncle. I have just recently kind of reconnected with that side of my family. I think I've talked about it here on live streams. I've made it a point, and I've made the effort to kind of try to regain some sort of relationship with that side of my family, my dad's side of the family, which my dad passed away many years ago, 15 years ago. Wow, 2007. Yeah, we're coming up on the 15-year mark in November. November? Yeah, my grandma passed away on. No, he passed away in December. Dad passed away November 5th. Gran passed away. My grandma passed away December 12th. So it was a month and a week after my dad, my grandma passed. And then lost my uncle. And then not long after that, I lost my best friend. He died after leaving my house in a car accident. I had a lot of death. I had six deaths in the span of about 9-10 months. So I don't know what the deal is with that, but that whole it comes in threes thing, I don't want to believe that's always the case, but it kind of seems to always happen. At least that I've had more. So here's to me hoping, knock on wood, that that's not the case. Oh, Jesse Michaels here. Hey, what's up, dude? Oh, you're in Denver. That's a good place for you. I'll bet there's some good shops for you to hit up there, man. Um, it's good to see you in the chat. By the way, good to see all you guys in the chat. Jesse just hadn't been here. I'd say he's probably been working. I need to text him. My son was asking questions about what Jesse's currently doing. Hey, Dan's here. Hey, what's up, dude? Come here. Come here. What Dan say? Let me go back to what Dan said. When did you say the auction would be? I'm thinking it's probably going to come together by next week, is the way it's looking. I thought I was going to be able to do it this week, and then after last week, there were multiple people that said they wanted to send some things in. They still have not, like some of the things they haven't made it yet. And I know the people that said they were going to send things, they're definitely going to send things. So I figured with what else I had going on this week that it would make more sense. And I didn't want to, like I said, I didn't want to make a post. I didn't want to talk about it really. I know through the years that I've been doing this, I've missed a few live streams here and there, and when people complain about that, it's like I don't know if they've ever kept something going as consistently as I have with this, but sometimes like the Saturday just doesn't work. Like I do have a life outside of this, and sometimes I have to focus on that or do something with that. And usually I try to make it up. Like I'll try to make it to the Sunday, or I'll do like a Monday, Tuesday, whenever. I'll try to make it up. What is this? Oh, was you burying your head in my beard? Mm-hmm. Say hi. Say hi to him. Oh. Oh. She's being a little baby. Her being a little baby. Oh. It's like a star, but too early. What now? earlier today I contacted the film videographer. I think he's. I don't have his business card on me. What did I do with his business card? Anyway, I contacted him, and I'm trying to set up a meeting with him to actually get that ball rolling to start making some legitimate, like shorter videos. I want to keep most of them around that 10-minute mark, and then of course there will be some that I'm just going to make longer videos that are going to be more along the lines of like a 30 to 45-minute video. But I don't want to. Those videos, I don't want them just to be like a ration on a table and me talking about it, or like doing partial. I want to break up the monotony of that for you guys, because I think we can all agree that that formula is kind of played out, in my opinion. That's my opinion. I don't know if you guys agree with that or not, but I think that there's plenty of room there to add on to that and expand on that idea. It's not going to be easy, because it's going to take special locations. It's going to take some effort, and some ingenuity, and some. There's going to be a lot of thought process on how to make that work, and what's going to work, how it's going to work. Well, you are being awful lovey, aren't you? Yes, you are. So I don't have a name yet. Because I didn't want to keep you. Yeah, you're not supposed to be here still. Oh. Um, Her brother went to my sister, Michelle, um, and I think it's like Michelle's mother-in-law or something like that, maybe, um, is the one who ended up taking her, or him, and I guess it wasn't intended that way, but I guess she just fell in love with him, and Michelle decided that he would have a very good home there, so that's where he ended up. And this one would love a great home. She loves it here. She loves me. But I think she could love just about anybody. Mm, yeah, she's a really lovely kitty. And she's got these little points on the tops of her ears, which is like, I don't know that that's normal, but she's got like her little fur comes to these points on top of her ears. You see that? I think it's cute. Oh, I missed a super chat. Okay, let me scroll. Hey, Dan. I know I can't wait to check out what Smokey's shorts contain. Oh, I do want to make some shorts, man. Um, I want to make some of those 30-second to 1 minute clips, and I'm most certainly going to get involved with TikTok as well, because right now I have been sampling TikTok, looking through TikTok, seeing what's going on over there, and I hate it. I freaking hate it. I hate that that's the platform that has taken off, because I'm going to be honest. By the way, thank you, Dan, for that super chat, man. Um, TikTok is so stupid, and it's at its core, it's just there to dumb down the youth. Man, it's really hard to watch, and it's hard to look at, and it's hard to. Whew. There is good content over there. I'm not trying to say. There isn't, because there is. There's some people over there on that platform that do a really good job at what they do, with the really short videos, the editing. I think it's like edited. All most people just edit it from their phone, like really short type. I don't know. I don't have that knowledge on how that goes down. I mean, I got an idea, but I do not have the know-how to do that yet. I'm sure I can learn. I'm pretty sure I have a good idea of how to do it, and to be able to make those 1 minute videos and keep someone's attention the entire time. Like, it's either got to be really exciting, and you got to be, dancing around and doing crazy stuff, or you've got to have a really good point to make, or something that's going to keep someone's interest. If not, boom, they're scrolling through. Yep. I think growing a following over there is very likely, and I do want to put some effort into that. I want to check it out. I have always avoided other social media platforms on purpose. I do not have a Facebook. I do not have a Twitter. I I do have an Instagram, but it's created specifically for eating history. Whenever I started doing eating history, they asked me what platform I would choose, and Josh was like, he asked me what I had, and I was like, dude, I don't have anything. And he goes, Instagram. That's going to be the easiest one for you to do. He's like, I was like, all right, Instagram. That's what I'll do. So I set the Instagram up, kind of did it. Literally because of the TV show. That was the only reason I did it. And I don't keep up with it. After the television show, coronavirus hit, and I had it. Like, as the television show was premiering, I was sick with COVID for months. I had it for like 4 months. And it didn't ruin my life, but I sure as heck didn't feel like doing anything. So I just kind of, I don't know. There was nothing I could post on Instagram. I mean, my life consisted of trying to not puke and staying in my bedroom and not eating much and everything. I couldn't taste anything forever. You guys, I don't know how many of you guys were around for that, but it's all documented. I still stuck with most of my live streams. I definitely missed that first one when I came home from New York. I was deathly ill when I first got home, which I flew home on an airplane, had no idea I had COVID, so everybody on that airplane probably got it. I don't know if they got it from me, but I'd say I probably wasn't the only one on there that had it either. But I didn't get like sick until literally after I got off the airplane and was driving home. Anyway, that's a whole story into itself. Kind of an odd one, to be honest. Can you see? You see yourself? Huh? Aw. Yeah. You know, I can't hold you like this the whole time. I can't do it. I can't do it. Per much? Huh? Do you per much? Hmm? You per much? Oh. Again, thank you, Dan, for the super chat up there, man. I really appreciate that. It came out that I'm you guys. I've mentioned this 100 times, but I'm a numbers guy, so I like repeating numbers. I like sequential numbers, and I pay attention to them when they pop up. Like, say my odometer goes to 123,456 miles. 100, you know what I mean? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll pull off the side of the road and take a picture of it. Dan's super chat was 2111, 3 ones. So 2 and 3 ones. So I don't know. I see that as a good luck kind of thing, and maybe it isn't, but to me, I acknowledge things like that. What are you doing? You want to get down? 111, 911, and 111 are what I see on my clock on a regular basis. See? All right, Eeyore. I see numbers like that a lot. I'll see 333 a lot too. And then, of course, 1111, 111, or 1111 especially. You're supposed to tell your significant other or whoever that you love them. I haven't done that in a while, but I see it all the time. I see 1111 all the time. You see 1, 2, 3, 4 nearly every day. See, it's weird that you catch it too, because you've got to be looking at a clock or you're not going to know it's 12:34. So, I'm just a firm believer in signs, okay? And I think numbers encompass those signs a lot. I think whenever you see one of those numbers, it's not always going to be the case, but a lot of times, or some of the time, there will be something happening or something around you that you should be acknowledging. Like, it could be something simple, but this is my theory. I think it's the universe trying to, like, tell you something or trying to talk to you in a way. So I always take that into consideration. I've had multiple instances throughout my life where I really felt like the universe itself was, or whatever, uh, nature as a whole was telling me that I was where I was supposed to be, doing what I was supposed to be doing at the time that I was supposed to be doing it, if that makes any sense. I've given examples of that on here before, especially like throughout filming the TV show. There were multiple times where I like stopped, and I told Matt, I told him, like, this is how I look at this, and like this. There were dates, there were coincidences, like not little ones though, big ones that really stuck out. And I'm like, if you don't acknowledge this, then what are you doing? Like, you've got to acknowledge these crazy coincidences and these crazy, um, like, things that are lining up. So, that's happened multiple times throughout my life. Used to be a lot. This is one I haven't talked about, but I used to travel and work with my best friend. The one that I told you guys just a few minutes ago, the one I said passed away after he left my house in a car accident. And which it was a one car accident. I still have questions about that, but anyway, because he was going like 20 or 25 miles an hour and supposedly hit a telephone pole, and it didn't damage the car. Anyway, I mean, the car was a little bit damaged, but not enough. Anyway, me and him used to work together all the time. Like, we lived in hotel rooms together for years, like years. We drove all over the country together. Like, we were in a vehicle together, we're in hotel rooms together, we're working side by side together on a job. So, like, we were closer than you would be with your own brother, most likely. Like, we were like family. But when me and him was together, now, I don't know why this was, but after I pointed it out to him, he noticed it, because I noticed it for a long time before I even said anything. But whenever me and him were together in a car or about wherever, like, birds would fly at me, and it was really weird. Like, I would always see these birds, and they would always be like flying at us, and it was unusual though. It wasn't like something that would seem normal. And after I told him about this, me and him were driving down the road one day to work, and I mean, I could see it was a long straight stretch in front of me, like a long ways. And I could see this bird standing in our lane, like, just standing there. And I mean, it's like forever as I'm coming up on it. I could see it probably over a half a mile away, maybe further. I don't know, I'm guessing. So I'm cruising up through there. I'm getting closer, and I'm like, hey, dude, do you see that bird? He's like, yeah, surely it'll move, dude. Like, I'm like, yeah, surely it'll move. It's got to move, right? It's got to move. Cruising up through there. I'm getting closer. I beep the horn. There's a car coming from the other direction. And I ran directly over. That bird did not flinch. It did not, I mean, nothing. It was the weirdest thing. I felt bad about it. I did. But there was no way I was going to cause an accident over this. It was probably like a sparrow or something. But I felt bad. I did. But it was really weird. It was a really weird situation, and I pointed it out, and it played out like that, and it was just weird. Yeah, you're bugging me. Thank you. Thank you. You probably got cat hair all over me, too. Oh. I say something to her, and she goes, puts her head against me. Anyways, today, I have this is the oldest IMP that I have. I really debated hard. Oh, she got me good. Big Tuna. I watch a lot of The Office. Jim's nickname. So this is a breakfast / lunch from 1996. So how old would that be? 4 years to put it at 2000, so 26 years old. And it's the ham, steak, and pineapple sauce. Ham, steak, and pineapple sauce. Do you guys want me to go through the stuff that I've gathered for the auction that I've gathered so far? I've still got to do some more gathering. I got to work on it yesterday evening. My uncle's funeral, the actual funeral that everybody was at, was Thursday. So I had yesterday. Hang on. Let me flip the camera around here. I'll grab this box and we'll see what I got here. All right. I'm going to be throwing Tim Tams in because if you guys, some of you guys haven't had them before, they're freaking awesome. So those will go in packages as well. I mean, I guess I could literally add them to the auctions, but I mean, they're really more of a bonus. So we've got the B units here. Rush some coffee in there. So we got B units. This other B unit goes along with it as well. Because that B3 unit is only a partial unit because I could not find another 3. Now I might be able to come up with another 3 by the time I do it. Hopefully I'm sure I can. And I can't get the lid closed because of that stupid sugar. All right. Like I said, there is a spoon. That was one that Steve sent. I found it and decided screw it. There's going to be some other things like that I come across too. I don't know if I'm going to mix these. Like do a Norwegian Arctic with a MRE or what. How I'm going to do that, I don't know yet. And I also need to figure out how I'm going to do the shipping. If I should just include that with it. But if it's international, it's going to have to be like whatever it would be, the cost to ship it in America. I'll knock that off of it. And then there is the SRG on the end right there, which is a menu. I can't remember. Menu number 1. Menu number 1. I don't know if that, if Trucker has done that menu 1 or not on his channel. Last I looked, I don't think it was on there. I was just watching some of History Savior's channel. His Gettysburg video is up. I highly recommend you folks going and checking that out. Like, comment, subscribe. Tell him that Oldsmokey sent you. You know the drill. Now there was something else. I can't remember what it was. I was going to put together an HDR set too, but I don't know if anybody would even be interested in that. Do one menu of matching menus. I don't remember what I was going to do, but one from each manufacturer, because they got some pretty interesting items in there, I must say. The HDRs have some, that sunflower butter is some weird stuff, and I've actually come to find out that peanut butter is horrible for you, and so is sunflower butter. Like, it's all really, really bad for you. Which I don't eat a whole lot of that stuff anyways, unless it comes out of a ration, to be honest. I just don't. So, luckily, that's not going to hinder my health. I eat a bunch of other crap, though, that's not good for me. So, I need to watch what I'm eating. Okay, I got this weird soda here. Black Dog Bob gave me this. I think he gave me this. I don't know where else I would have got it if it wasn't him. Pretty sure it probably was. I don't think that's a twist top. I don't know how to tell. Sure doesn't look like one. But it's a green apple from Jungle Jim's International Market. I still have yet to be here, to go here. I really want to go here. I think that would make a cool video too, because that place is just super, super cool. There's a weird food place in Las Vegas too that I saw. I actually saw a TikTok about it. But I am thirsty, so I'm going to be opening up. Pretty sure I need this. Almost positive I do. A green soda. Jungle Jim's has got this policy. If you come there to get some sort of drink and they don't have it, they will get it for you and give you like a free 6-pack or something because they didn't have it. Or maybe it was like 2 bottles of it. But they will 100% get it, and then they'll give you some for free. Pretty cool policy, I must say. Okay, now that's weird. That is like rusty or something. You guys see that? This is a brand new drink. What? And the what is that on the inside? Huh. That's pretty weird. I don't understand why that's there, but anyways, going to give this a try. And I thought the green matched this bag pretty well. I almost hated to open up that 96 because, like I said, that's the oldest IMP that I have. But heck with it. I got a 97 Shepherd's Pie. I'm going to keep that one to review it. It might have bugs in it, but I've got to get with Don Juan and see if I can't get some more of the vintage IMPs. It ain't got no smell. I can't smell it at all. That's weird. That is really good. It tastes like a Granny Smith apple. It really does. Not just because it's green. Like, it has that really subtle tanginess to it. And that crisp flavor of a Granny Smith apple. It's very, like, spot on. What are you doing, dude? What are you doing, gray guy? Don't you pull that over. Get down. Get down, dude. Come here. Come here. He's a good cat. Another stray, though. I tell you what, if I could get this, like, locally, I might actually prefer this over a Mountain Dew. it's kind of subtle, but it's not bad. Not bad at all. Well, if you're ever at Jungle Gyms, I would recommend trying this one out if you like apple. It's not like I said though, it's not like real strong or anything. So even if you didn't like apple, you could probably still drink this and like it. But isn't it? Yeah, absinthe is an alcohol. Yeah. It's depending on the strength of the absinthe that you get. Hang on. It'll depend on the effect that it has on you. They called it like something to do with a fairy, right? Green fairy or something like that. You have these special spoons, and you set a sugar cube or two on top of this spoon. It's got it's a bunch of cutouts. They got different designs and stuff, but you set those sugar cubes on there, and you're supposed to light them on fire, I do believe, so it caramelizes, and then you dump the absinthe over top of the sugar, and the sugar dissolves down into the drink. Green fairy, yeah. So I actually had a bottle of that given to me. I had a buddy. I think he went to went somewhere up in Canada or something. Did he go to British Columbia, or did he go to Amsterdam? He went somewhere, and I'm talking. This was like back in 2001, 2002. But he brought that back. I don't know how much he brought back or how he brought it back, whatever. But he gave me a bottle of it. And me and a couple other people, including my old lady, tried it. I didn't see the allure to it. We did it how you're supposed to do it too. But it seemed like it would take a whole bunch of it to work the way they said it does. I don't really know. I never did any research on it or anything like that. And back then you couldn't you couldn't really research it. I just had to read what was on the bottle. So, but I also knew what he told me about it, which that was the reason he bought it, and he knew so much about it. Well, I think we're going to dig into this ham steak and pineapple sauce. So every Thanksgiving and Christmas time, when we make a ham, whoever makes it, if Amber makes it, she puts pineapples on the outside of it, sticks pineapples to the outside of it with toothpicks, and then uses some of the pineapple juice, I believe, to kind of baste it. So I guess that's a normal thing. I don't know. Hey, Miss Marilyn. Hey, what's going on, Phoenix? Good to see you here. Let's get into this imp and see what it's all about. Got me a nice stain back here. Let me soak it up with this IMP napkin. Try to blot it, because if I wipe it, it'll that black surface. This was actually fairly clean. It's got some dents in it from where I've set stuff on it. I don't know if you guys can really see them, but like a crease there. It's hard to keep these things perfect. Shooting a video, you just got to put a brand new one on and use it one time, and then after that, it's done. You can use them on live streams, of course. This is a little different. Hey, what's going on, Rock or something? Miss Marilyn is here. Who? Matt's here? Matt who? Matt. Wait, you must know someone's name's Matt. What's going on, Spicy Tuna? And CT. And Letha. And James Ortiz. What's going on? Viper. What's happening? Yeah, I kind of wish I had another one of these. These are actually really good. I enjoyed this thoroughly. Made with real cane sugar. I think Jungle Gyms, they do kind of focus on their drink selection and obviously production thereof, because this is their own brand. And like I said, I'm pretty impressed with it. And it's 150 calories, so I think a bottle of Mountain Dew like this would probably be like 230 if I was to guess. So, significantly less, 80 calories less than what a Mountain Dew would be probably. Well, it's only 12 ounces. I could be wrong about that. All right, I'm saving a sip for later. All right. Time to get into the oldest IMP that I own. I think this is the old. I might have one older one that actually K-Man sent me. I can't remember what year that one was that he sent me, but I'm going to say it's older than this, or younger. I think it's like a 98, maybe. It might be I don't know. But anyway, committing to opening this bad boy. I hope it ain't got no bugs in it. A little something there. Some like ink pen marks. I mean, the thing is they can get in right there without making a hole. They can find their way in to these IMP bags without burrowing a hole on the outside, or even getting in down through here, maybe even. I don't know. Let's do this. If this is no good, I will go get something else to eat. I hadn't eaten anything, but right before this, Amber brought home these chili cheese Frito flavored kettle cooked Lay's potato chips, which are brand new. And I tried those and I ate like a couple handfuls of those. They were pretty good. This thing is jam packed full, and I already see an issue right there. Some staining, and I don't know if that's mold or what that is. Okay, it's definitely got a little bit of a weird smell to it. And this is the culprit. This chocolate mint that is soft. Right now it's soft. It's like it leaked out of there, out of this end right here, but it kept itself looking pretty good. I'm just going to keep it like that. I mean, there's obviously no eating that thing, but it's a Dare brand. It's just kind of interesting. I don't know what that says. Something chocolate. Might be French. I don't know. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. Let's see what else we got in here. Bunch of packages. Mother Parker's chocolate. Hot chocolate. That is cool. Look at that. 28.3 grams. That is awesome. I've never seen that before. Huh. 173rd day of 1995. Very cool. Do you guys know the Mother Parker's brand in Canada, or up, maybe even in the northern parts of America? I had never. Bourbon Street Joe says he remembers the brand. They have Cheeto cheese Yeah, I tried them and they suck. The best ones are the Cool Ranch Dorito flavored Lay's. They are phenomenal. Like, I was on the local Lay's, or I guess Frito-Lay guy, to get me some of those forever. And he finally contacted us, well, my Amber, and was like, "Hey, I got your old man a case of those Cool Ranch Lays." And I was like, "Whoa, he found a whole case?" And then come to find out, like, they brought them back. Like I had been saying, that's if there was one flavor that they were going to make, that's the one out of all of them. Like super, super good. So I highly suggest you guys checking that out. Okay. Individual 1-cup serving of instant coffee. I love the nomenclature on here. I love this text. It's super cool. It's very different than anything else that I've come across. This is different than, well, actually, I don't know that I really got that much in depth into that last white bag one that I opened because of the bug discovery. So, yeah. Very, very cool. I love it. Love it. Individual 1-cup serving of coffee. Like all this packaging, I don't know. I love that. Mother Parker's hot chocolate. Obviously, this was made specifically for the military. I doubt this is how it would come in a box of Mother Parker's hot chocolate. This is very typical IMP packaging. It's just also mixed with the brand name, which is kind of cool. I mean, that's not something I'm used to seeing. So, I like it. I dig it. I dig it. I mean, of course, the brand will be down here, just like it is, packed by Mother Parker's Foods Limited. What's that say? Where's that at? Misuaga? Mississauga? Okay, I do not know how to say that. Mississauga, Ontario. I don't know how to say it. On foot with the pup, so I'm just listening in. Walking the dog. This was made. Oh, this was also packed by Mother Parker's Foods Limited in Mississauga, Ontario. Mississauga. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Mississauga. Probably pretty close, I'm going to guess. Let's see what else was this. I mean, this thing is jam-packed full of stuff. Look at that. 2 raspberry jams. Very nice. Also 1995, the 283rd day. Wait, hang on. Smitty with the super chat, I see. Got to scroll back up here. Smitty says, excuse me, woohoo, haven't seen this one before. Awesome to see, buddy. Well, I haven't seen this one before either, and I love this old packaging, and thank you for the super chat, Smitty. I appreciate that. And check that out. The number went from 2111 to 3177. Got the double 77. I don't know, man. It's just one of those nights. That's awesome. Thank you for the super chat, Smitty. I really appreciate that, man. I don't know what the exchange rate is on that, but it ended up with the 77 on the end there. So awesome. Don't chase the ice cream truck while walking the dog. Okay. Now we got one of these Patent Packaging Limited from out of Toronto sugars. It's got to be another one of those sugars in there, I would assume. Yeah, right there. Sugar times 2. We got hard. Yep, this is no good. So we got a creamer here that's no good. Is packaged by Ropack Incorporated, Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Yep, this one is like a caramel almost. It's like, well, the bottom right there is hard, but this up here is very flexible and sticky like. And this one is more all hard. I don't know why. It shouldn't be, because there's no holes in this anywhere. So it really shouldn't have went hard like that unless it got some sort of moisture in it. And this one definitely got some moisture in it, just by the way it's like I mean, if you took it out of there and tried to use, it's chewy. It'd be like a caramel. All right, what's this? Nice. Got your petite pain bread. Do not eat the desiccant packets. 57-gram loaf, packed by Ropack Incorporated. Same packaging company that made the creamer there, or packaged the creamer, I should say. I'm going to put that little melted thing right there, the bread right there. Let's see what else we got in here. All right, I couldn't help but see this as soon as we opened it up, and oh my God, how cool is that? Cherry flavored, oh no. That's a dang shame. Still faces up really nicely. It's pretty well ruined, I think. Yeah, but oh, how cool looking is that? 1995 pack of Trident. I'm sure it's 95. Expiration is January of 97. Looks like we're looking at the 5th day of 95 probably, because it's 5005. Looks like a U.S. Production date on there. Got Splenda in it. It's crap. That sucks that came off. The Linear Lambert Company. Linear Adams brand. Adams been making gum in Rations forever. What else does it say? Directions. Chew 1 or 2 sticks 3 times a day for at least 5 minutes immediately after a snack or meal. Medicinal ingredients. Each stick contains xylitol. Non-medicinal ingredients is sucralose, sucrose something stick, energy 5.8 calories stick per stick, 24.3 kilojoules per stick. I can't tell what that says. Something xylitol is an effective cavity-fighting ingredient. Really? Okay. Call 1-800-661-4659 for more information. Or ask your dentist. Okay, that's the French. Same information in French. I don't know, dude. That is a awesome package of gum. I love it. Is this the Dental Association or whatever? The Dental... Canadian Dental Association. What's that say? Recognized. Very cool. Very cool. Probably one of my favorite items we've found so far. So here's the matches that obviously got wet. Because the staple is pretty much rusted out of it. I don't know. Yeah, it's completely rusted out. I'd say these matches are probably no good. But we're going to find out. Keep away from children. These are Eddie match, right? Yep. Pembroke, Ontario. Let's see if they'll still light. Nope. They're done. They will not work. Well, I'm sure if I light it with a lighter, it's not even, it wasn't wanting to burn. Oh, wow. Okay, so that, I've got to try one that I didn't knock all the phosphorus off the end. Oh, yeah, the staple's just crumbling. I don't think this ration's going to be any edible. Huh. Literally, like, it wasn't even on there. Very interesting. Must have spent a lot of time moist. Huh. What else? We got some maple brown sugar flavored oatmeal, type 1. 50 grams of this. Add hot or cold water. Made by the Select Food Products Limited out of Toronto, Ontario. M4A-1B4. Anybody know what that number code is for? I am clueless. So this is some really nice packaging. I feel like it's if it could hold up, it would have, but I'd say it's probably got milk in it if I was a betting man. Looks like we got the 304th day of 1995 on there. Interesting. Let's keep going here. What's this? Oh, man. Fruit beverage powder. It's just mixed fruit flavor. Okay, well, this is also a tongue, like, consistency. This might mix up with some hot water. I don't know, man. I want to know where the moisture came from is the thing. Like, if that's moisture from a main, then all this is a no-go. Anything that could have absorbed whatever juices that would have been, which this would have... I don't think moisture would go through this. This seems like a packaging where moisture wouldn't go through, but did the milk hold up? I don't know. I do not know. I should have announced a little more about the Miss Renee thing. Oh, cool. Catsup. Catsup? Who spells it that way? Do you Canadians spell it that way? Or is that the French way? Because it should be ketchup, right? Ketchup. Catsup. Catsup. Maybe that's how you say it in French. I think I had a ketchup out of an IMP before with like a meatloaf or something. And I really liked it. It was really good. I'm covering the matches up with it. I don't care. No way. More candy? Look at that. I mean, there's no lifesavers in there. They're melted out. And the packaging's pretty well destroyed. I had a good example of this right here. These aren't as old, but that's what a good one's supposed to look like. Yeah, versus this one. Still like the metal falling off, the aluminum falling off of it. I said that was a good one that I just showed you. It's not. Those ones are also melted out. It's just the packaging's not destroyed like this. See, that is not good. It's literally just crumbling. So something's up with this ration for sure. It's interesting that we are on 3 candy items now. The Lifesavers, the Chocolate Mint, and also the Trident. What else do we got in here? Ooh, we have a grape jelly. I don't know that I remember seeing a grape jelly like this before. 15 grams. Made by... what's that say? Wings Food Production. It's Wings Food Products. Sorry. Wings Food Products. Toronto, Canada. It's kind of solid, but it's coming back together. Huh. Very cool. So you get jelly. Wait. You get 2 raspberry jams and a grape jelly? What? This is just getting weird. This is getting weird. I think, this earlier years, maybe they weren't as consistent. I don't know. That's definitely strange. No peanut butter yet. And here is our butt ration, or napkin, which is, believe it or not, different than the newer ones. Let me pull a new one here. Here's a new one. Very much lighter in color. The texture is very rough and more like paper towel-y. Like, this kind of reminds you of those paper towels that you get in like a gas station when you clean your windshield. If you grab one of those paper towels that are with the squeegee, this is like those paper towels. This is not. This is very different. Now, that could be from moisture, and then it dried out, and I don't know. But I do feel like this is a lot better quality than the new ones. The new ones aren't anywhere near as nice as that. Yeah, this thing's nice and soft. And pretty big, actually. I mean, then you can split it again into two. Like this. You really got some coverage there. I mean, that's substantial. Look at the size of that. That is, yeah, you could probably get the job done with that, actually. You know what? I think you could take care of business if need be. All right. I'll never get it back together the way it was, so just kind of have to. Well, maybe. Yeah, that'll work. Just gonna throw it over there. Here is our spoon, which is kind of got a little bit of a like paddle or like oar shape on the end of it. Fattens out at the end. Quite flexible, very similar to a Dairy Queen spoon, is what I would say. Pretty small on the actual spoon part of it, the shovel part. But I do like these spoons. I don't know why I like these spoons so much, but I do. We have our little menu sheet here at Ottawa. Let's take a real quick look at the breakdown here. Is this going to give us every menu? First one listed is ham, steak, pineapple sauce, beans and wieners, macaroni and cheese, beef and vegetable stew, cabbage rolls, shepherd's pie. And then for the fruits, we got peaches, fruit cocktail, pears, pineapples. Down here we got coffee, tea, hot chocolate, orange, passion fruit. This is not listed. This is just mixed fruit. This is not on here. As far as the drinks go. Why is it not? You got passion fruit, orange, hot chocolate, tea, and coffee. Oh, here we go. Grape. And then you just got fruit. That's what we got, I think. And then lemon and peach. Okay. So there's your variants. And then over here on the fruits and cakes, you've got peaches, fruit cocktail, pears, pineapples, cherries, apples, and applesauce. Up here we've also got beef ravioli, Salisbury steak, lasagna, Swiss steak. Ooh, Swiss steak. And mushrooms and stuff. Yuck. Chicken breast and gravy. Which I don't think have I had a good chicken breast and gravy? I think I did get to eat a chicken breast and gravy that it was like, it was demolished, but I ended up liking it. Soup. Cream of chicken. Onion. Vegetable beef. Cream of mushroom. Just chicken noodle. Tomato vegetable. Miscellaneous. We got blueberry apple cereal. Wow, that sounds really good. Wow. I did have one of those, LC says. It seems like I remember eating one. It was actually, I think it had mashed potatoes too, and I think I really freaking liked it. I finished it. Yeah, I remember now. And then you got your crunchy cereal, which they kind of did away with for a while, and then they brought it back. The crunchy cereal. I like the crunchy cereal a lot. Maple oatmeal. And then you got mashed potatoes. Dressing mix. It's not bad. A lemon pudding. Ooh, I bet you that's good. I don't like pudding consistency, but lemon pudding, like, I could eat that. I could just lick it off the back of a spoon. And we got bread. And then we have rusks or biscuits. Caramel pudding. Ooh. Caramel pudding. Wow. I need to find some more 96s. Yeah, right. The few and far between. Steak sauce, pepper sauce, cranberry jelly, and plain rice. I do not see grape jelly listed anywhere. It's not in the miscellaneous, which raspberry jam wasn't listed either, unless it's not on the back. It should have been down there in the miscellaneouses. I can't understand. I think I was supposed to have a peanut butter. What do you guys think? Which I didn't see peanut butter listed on this list either, unless I just read it on the bottom down here. Rusks, steak sauce, pepper sauce, cranberry jelly, dressing. Nope. I'm not seeing it. What the heck? This is a weird... I don't know. I think I was supposed to have... At least supposed to have a peanut butter in there. Let's keep going here. I got a couple more items in here. There's the wet wipe. Same as the US one of the time. Identical, I do believe. Could be wrong. Made in Canada. Made by Fiat Par. It's not Fiat. It's Fiat. Fiat. I don't freaking know. I don't know how to say that. I don't know how to say that word. Anyway, there it is. We also have the toothpick for picking the teeth or whatever needs picking with the toothpick. And we have, oh, look at that. Friggin' pepper. Just look at that. Pepper, black pepper. There was a lot of it in there, too. Time out. What are you doing? Okay, sorry about that. Time out there. This, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know where else this moisture could have came from, other than the main. And I must say that color is concerning, to say the least. I have had issues with Canadian mains before being open. I think I've had like 3 or 4 now where the mains have opened up, and it's super disappointing every time. I lost one of those chicken and gravy that way, as a matter of fact. But Nothing else in here has been opened at all. And I don't know where the moisture could have came from, other than the ham steak itself. Well, we'll take a look at that here in a second, and we'll determine what is going on with it. And we have a wet package of salt. It's like, that's a solid block of salt now. What else we got in here? Looks like everything out of the bag. Doesn't look bad, except right there where that mint was at. There's like a bad spot in the bag. And it smells like that chocolate mint a lot. I'm hoping that's all that's over that, all over that. And we have sliced peaches. 319. Well, what's the date code on? Oh, here we go. The 11th day of 96. First item I've seen made in 96, actually. That could be just the box, but usually the box and the food item has the same date. Do you guys hear that? The liquid. Ugh. I hope that that's a good sign, but we're about to find out. Let's 95, the 335th day. So 5335. Numbers again. 5335. Nice. Bourbon Street Joe sent along. Guys, go check out Bourbon Street Joe's channel. He needs some subscribers. Bourbon Street Joe Nola channel. He has posted a crap ton of videos in like no time. I did get to go over there to his channel. I looked at a couple videos the other day and then got distracted, I think, doing something funeral related. I was a little bit disappointed because I wrote a speech out for my uncle and I didn't get to use it. Because usually at the funeral, you know, they say, "Has anybody got anything they'd like to say?" And usually that's whenever you take the time to do that. And that didn't happen. Okay, well, so far so good. Well, that could be a problem. I think we're fine. How about that? I'm going to wash that off before I put it in my water because I don't know what that is. Probably the chocolate stuff. I mean, looking inside this box, like, definitely soaked all the way through, but it's way worse on the outside than it is on the inside, which means that it didn't come from the inside and soak outward. That means that it came from the outside and soaked inwards. Because if it started on the inside, the stain would be larger on the inside. You see what I'm trying to say? This has to just all be from this stupid chocolate that ruined. Well, it didn't completely ruin this, but I mean, it definitely made it questionable. But it damaged the drink. It damaged the creamers. It damaged one of the coffees, I believe. The Lifesavers are definitely toast. Probably because of that. The salt and the sugar is also gone because of this one stupid little chocolate. Had they not put that in the meal, like they really needed to have this in there, I'm sure they didn't know, which I guarantee you that this thing was a problem back then, because it would have done this when it seen heat, and these things were going overseas to the desert. And this thing in the desert, this chocolate would have melted out of there within the first, well, probably the first day or two. It would have leaked out of there. So this was most certainly a problem, I'm sure, right at the very beginning. These old ones usually fall prey to the Lifesavers. See, the Lifesavers they're gone too. Pretty much, like, I would say this thing weighs 25% of what it's supposed to. Maybe even less. I mean, it might weigh 15% of what it's supposed to weigh. It's like, it's stuck to my finger, as you can see, but it's like, it's feather light almost. It's very, very lightweight. And they have leaked out, but the positioning of the Lifesavers, I don't think that they caused the damage to this main box or the other items. This was too far down towards the bottom, unless the IMP spent its life upside down. But still, I don't think, I didn't really see anywhere that these leaked out to. I think they just kind of almost like evaporated and damaged their own packaging more than anything else. I mean, this thing is just a monstrosity of what it should be. But I do think that I am going to be able to eat this. Well, at least try it. I don't know that it'll be any good. But that is one thick, like THICC, thick piece of ham in there. So I'm going to go boil this. I'm going to wash it first. Excuse me. I'm going to wash it first, and then I'm going to throw it in the boiling water, and then I will come back and we'll deal with this. I mean, all I got is a bunch of jellies and jams, obviously. I just can't understand not having like a peanut butter or something along those lines. It's just very strange. Alright, I'm going to put this little piece of candy is going up on the shelf up here. It's pretty well leaked out all the way. I don't think it can ruin anything else. Although there is a little bit of liquid inside it. I can feel it. So, no, kitty, get down. Get down. Get down. Get down. Alright, this is what I was doing. Yeah, this can't be the proper contents for this. It just can't be. That's going to be awesome for the display. Love that. Package of gum. Love it. Alright, be right back. Bad kid. Bad. Okay, set the timer. I want to get that out of there in 3 minutes. Actually, a little less. Whatever the clock says now. So, when my clock says 83, I'm going to go get it. Alright, I need to get a tray. Trident is also getting put up here. It's going up here on right next to my Smitty sticker and on my Michael Jordan autograph up here with other stuff. There's all the packages. There's quite the collection. Ketchup with ham? Like, what are they thinking? It just doesn't make any freaking sense. Ketchup and ham. I don't care who you are. That does not go. It doesn't go together. Wet wipe, ruined salt and pepper. That's going back in the bag. I'm not even going to mess with that. And the wet wipe too. These matches, trash. We can try the drink mix. We can try to make it work. I mean, I think it most likely absorbed that stupid chocolate. So it's not going to taste all that good. Because that mint in that chocolate's what's really going to affect everything. Go. First things first is the drink. Which, go ahead, put the drink there. Maple brown sugar oatmeal. We got both of these are trash. Coffee and tea whitener. They're both nasty. There's the coffees, which I'm going to save one of these. Super cool coffee. And there's the hot chocolate. 2 sugars. Oh, what the heck. Alright, I gotta go get that out anyway. Red. We got our peaches, which are probably not going to be edible. I'd say they'll be really dark, most likely. I don't know what to do with that. Probably nothing. Also, a grape and 2 raspberry jams. Kind of weird. Kind of weird. Alright, I'm going to do this with hot water. This mixed fruit. Try to get it knocked down. I'm going to do my best to save as much of the packaging from this one as I can. I probably should stop doing that, but this one I think is worth keeping. Alright, let's take a look. Whoa. Look at that color. Wow. Well, that's pretty. It's got a weird smell to it. It smells like flowers. It smells like a rose. Where I was just at that funeral, I mean, it smells like an arrangement, kind of. I'm gonna eat that piece and see what it tastes like. I mean, it's very sweet and tangy and fruity. Can't stick my finger on exactly what that flavor is, though. Kind of get a little bit of like a cherry, kind of a citrus as well. Oh, interesting. Cool looking package, though. Dig all this packaging. All right, start with some hot water here. I assume it called for 12 ounces. I don't know. I'm going to have to check. Put some really hot water to it. That should do the trick. This water is really, really hot. I mean, I guess you could probably drink it hot like that too. Probably wouldn't taste bad. I don't know if it'd be advised to do it that concentrated, because that's pretty concentrated, but it melted right down. I don't see any chunks in there. So I'm going to go ahead and add some water. Let me check the, pretty sure it said 12 ounces. Nope, it said 227 milliliters. Third of a canteen cup. 227 milliliters. Okay, that is 250 would be 8.45. So it only needs like 7 ounces? What? Hold up. Is that right? Let me look at my measuring cup here. 227. No, it's yeah, it's a little under a cup. Huh. How about that? It's not going to take much water at all. If I'd have known that, I wouldn't have put as much hot in it as I did. I mean, that's probably good right there. Yep, I'm going to call that good. I'll let it sit there for a minute. Yeah, you need to go on. This is not your play area, cat. Not happy with you at all right now. Upset with you, as a matter of fact. Okay. Next up, let me see if I can find a creamer real quick. Surely I got a creamer over here. I don't know. Huh. I don't even remember doing this. What is that? Chicken broth. Type 1 coffee. Sugars. This must have been out of like a food packet survival general purpose. And there's Chiclets gum in there. Huh. Yeah, I don't remember doing that. Okay. sugar, toilet paper, Splenda, salt, cheese spread, maybe I don't have any creamers. I don't know. I'm looking. Good on the sugar front, looks like. Coffee. I guess I could do stuff like that, like a drink, all these drinks and stuff I got. That could be a cool auction thing, because I got enough of them. Well, this coffee is not going to have creamer. That's all there is to it. I don't have any. I had a bunch of Coffee Mate ones, but I don't know what I've done with them. I think I grabbed them at like a gas station or something. I don't know if I've used them all or what. Huh. Thought they were right here. What's that? Salt and pepper. Hang on. I think I might have just found one. I don't know why I care. It's really not that important. I did find one though. Oh, this is different. It's light. And it's hard too. I have no idea what that came out of. That did not come from the gas station or whatever. This is not the same as the other ones I had. I think this one got a hole in it too. Cool. Awesome. Yep. I got more extra stuff over here. I just don't want to get through it all right now. I don't think that would be appropriate. Bunch of accessory packet stuff. I was kind of hoping I'd stumble upon a peanut butter right here. I know I got some. Oh well. Let's just do the coffee. ForeignMRE.com. I don't know if they got anything for sale over there, but if they do, Art and Nina's good people. Cutting the French side, because I don't read French and I don't speak it, so it's the side I'll cut. That is some dark looking coffee. You can see it better in the cup. You smell it. Ooh, it's got a unique smell to it. That might be from that mint. It's kind of got a mint scent to it. It's definitely different than, it smells different than any coffee that I've had so far. It's not like bringing back memories of other coffees that I've had before. And look how dark it is. That is some dark, in person, that's some really dark looking coffee. Wow. It's got a pretty unique look to it too, to be honest. Huh. Kind of weird granule. I don't know. I kind of like the way it looks. Going with one of the sugars in there. Oh, man. Stella, you can't keep doing that. All right. Here we go. Hope it all dissolves. Seems to have dissolved well. What I was going to say earlier is I should have started off by telling a little bit more of Miss Renee's story, just in case people that watched the beginning there hadn't caught that part of the story, like what was going on. I don't think I should use this. It's got a hole right there. Maybe not. Huh. It's just chunky. It's breaking up easy, but yeah, it's not that important. I'd rather taste the coffee, not screw it up with some stupid creamer. There's Bob. I forgot to mention that I had another Bob Ross mug already, but it's humongous. Like, it is massive. It's got a bunch of crap in it right now. I keep a water bottle in it, but where it's so big, it collects dust like tobacco pieces. But yeah, this thing is quite large. I mean, it would be alright to like put soup in, or make like that oatmeal in, maybe something along those lines. We're going with the 5 alarm this time because I want to be able to look. I want to be able to see the state of this hot chocolate. This is a deep. It's like a much taller coffee cup than my other ones. I mean, I'd say it's an inch or two taller. Let's see. Oh yeah, look at that. I'd say it's a inch and a half, something like that. Clean. Looks good to me. My chat disappeared. I haven't been able to see you guys chatting for a while. Should have been paying better attention. I mean, I looked and didn't see anything, but now I realize it's just not been working. All right, I'm going to cut this side that doesn't have the dates. Maybe. There we go. Well, that's looking good. Give it a try here. Whoa. That is different. That was like all granulated sugar. All right, I'm gonna try a little more, see if it's all like that. That was the top. It doesn't taste bad. It's just, well, it does have a little bit. First of all, it has a little bit of that mint flavor to it. And it also has a little sourness to it. I don't know if this is any good or not. Certainly seems like it. I mean, it tastes kind of okay. I didn't have a very large sample. Cool. But it's got a lot of, like, the sugar is not incorporated very well. It looks okay on camera, but you can kind of see it's kind of grainy, and it really is kind of grainy. There we go. All right, how much water did that call for? 170 milliliters. That's not very much. It's like, let's see, there's 150. It's like 3/4 of a cup. So like 6 ounces, roughly. Huh. It's going to make a small cup. This tall cup, it's not going to look like hardly anything in it. I'd say that's probably good. Give this one a mix. Oh, yeah. I can't mix things with my left hand like I can my right. Not even close. Get that good, you know, funnel going to where it gets a real good mix to it. I mean, I can make the, just not, it's nowhere near as good. Get the coffee. Look how dark that coffee is. And I even think I put probably a little too much water in it too, but look how dark. That is some dark coffee. Made by the same company as the hot cocoa, the hot chocolate. All right. Maple and brown sugar flavored oatmeal. Let's go ahead and put this in a bowl. And we'll take a look at it. I don't know if that's supposed to be... That probably won't fit in there, huh? It might. I think I want to... I'm going to make it in a cup. Yeah. That's what I'm going to do. Bob Ross. That's all I got left. Is 2 Bob Rosses over there. This is the one that Bourbon Street Joe sent, though. A little dust in the bottom of it. Alright, I've taken the time to cut every other package open. I may as well stick to that pattern here. Oh yeah, that package is way different. Ooh. Okay, very fine. Ooh, that's got a smell to it. That does not smell right. I don't think. Boy, that's... If that's good, I'll be surprised. We'll see. It says that you can add hot or cold water. And we'll add some hot water to it. But I'm not going to do it until right before I'm ready to eat it. Or try it. It just smells weird. It smells kind of... It does kind of smell... Got that, like, curdled, cottage cheesy smell to it. And here is the famous Petite Pain bread loaf. Lovely. Lovely loaf of bread. Look at that. I mean, we need something like this in U.S. rations. We need a mini loaf of bread just like this. Like, come on, U.S. You can do it. That, or we just need to get with the Australians and say, hey, we want some of your bread in our rations because it's freaking amazing. The bread in the Australian rations make my mouth water every time I think about it. This smells way better than the last couple loaves that I've had. This smells really good. It's got that toasted scent to it. A little bit yeasty. Oh, God, it smells good. It smells... It's making my mouth water as well. It smells like bread. I mean, it smells like a nice white bread. Yeah, buddy. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. This is going to be a treat. I can already tell. Look at that. That's looking good. Smells good. I hope it's good. I hope it is good. What is that? Oh, there's the desiccant. Very weird looking desiccant pack. What the heck? Is that thing supposed to be white? What the heck? I don't think anybody here booted JLC. I mean, I know I didn't. I just seen your comment, but I can't imagine anybody that's a moderator here would. Which there's only a couple. Oh yeah. It's like, what am I putting in there? The main. Which is kind of, I mean, it's warm, but it ain't hot like I'd like for it to be. But this will work, because I'm not going to heat it again, I don't think. Ooh, whoa. Wow, I told you guys it was thick. Look at that. Well, it's got a metallic scent to it. It smells like pineapple. A lot like pineapple. Oh. Oh, Lordy help me. I tell you what, those peaches, I'm happy to not even fool with them, but that's up to you guys. If you guys want to see those peaches, I'll open them up and then go throw them away. I'm going to get rid of this package right now. This is a very odd meal. Okay, this is a breakfast / lunch. The pineapples is kind of a thick sauce. I mean, just the piece of ham itself is just so thick. And like, I don't know, almost like broken down kind of. Oh, so weird. I mean, it kind of does have like a steak look to it. Alright, well, you only live once. Down the hatch. Initial impression, the sweetness is kind of overpowering. The pineapple is the main flavor there, and then the ham. Which you can taste it. I don't pick up on the metallic flavor though. It's just not there, which is surprising because I smell it. And usually, if I smell it, I mean that's almost all I can taste. If I can smell the metallic, it's like usually that's overpowering. Not the case here. But that could be because that pineapple is so strong. It's very strong. texture, I must say, is a little weird. It's a little bit too soft, in my opinion. Like, I'll show you. Look how it's falling apart. Like, it is so soft. And borderline gelatinous. But no ill effects to my tongue so far. I would say, quit climbing on that ladder. Stupid kitten. Huh. Yeah, the acid from the pineapple, I would say, played a large factor in breaking the ham down. And softening it up like that. It does also seem kind of fatty. Not chewing the meat itself, but like just in the contents of the bite itself, like throughout my mouth, it feels like there's a layer of fat in there. Are you ready to stop, please? Go on, Softy. Go on. I can't stay mad at that kitten. She's just, it's just so soft that it's disturbingly soft is how I would describe it. It most certainly falls apart. I don't know how it has held its shape so well, to be quite honest. Like, it shouldn't have, as soft as it is. Cat, you're killing me. It's most certainly edible, though. Get up there and just stay still. So you see how this is like a, I don't know, more like a mush, and you don't see the fibers of the meat in this that I just took a bite of, so much as over here, you see like the stringiness of the meat itself. This part tastes much better than this part. And you can see that line running down through there? This part over here is going to be like that. See? And this part here is going to be the more like consistent meat fibers, like it should be. I don't know why, but I can tell that by looking at it. All right, well, let's get into, try the bread and then I'll ham, like, you know, ham sandwich it. Just the bread on its own. I got to try the bread on its own, see if it's any good. Like I hope it's good. Wow, I think it's fine. I think it's like just right. Well, here we go. Ham sandwich. Wow. That is way better. Way better than just eating it on its own. And I wish I wish this wasn't so old, because I would indulge in this juice, but because of its age, I don't want to partake in this gravy stuff. I am, I guess, basting it in it now, but the bread mixes really well. It's a very well balanced bite between the ham and the bread. I might have just got a little bit of numbness from the bread. I'm not sure. Something's going on there. Well, I guess I'll just try again. Cut another section of this this weird meat off of here. And well, if it's going to play it that way, we'll just throw some bread in there on the spoon and give it a try that way. The ham does have like a very holiday-esque flavor to it, to me, because this is what I'm used to flavor profile-wise around the holidays. The ham and the pineapple, I mean, legitimately tastes a lot like the ham that I have during Thanksgiving and Christmas. So, which comes from, we usually get the ones from that, are they Heritage Hams? Is that what they are? Josh McCouga worked at that ham factory. It's in Pittsburgh. Whenever he was a kid, it was like his first real job. I was working at that ham factory. All right, what do I want to chase that down with? I guess I'll start with the mixed fruit. What did it say? Did it say mixed fruit? I don't know what it was. Something fruit. This fruit drink. Let's see what it's all about. It has not lightened up. After sitting there, it almost looks radioactive. I mean, this color is alarming. In person, it's even brighter than it is on the camera. It's really bright, pinkish red. It's red with like a pink hue to it. Oh, that's fruit punch. Yeah, that's, I think, fruit punch. It's kind of, it's not quite got that classic fruit punch flavor. Yeah, it's missing something. Like the pineapple. It's like missing the pineapple. Huh. Pretty subtle, actually. Not very, not as fruity as it should be, in my personal opinion. Like, I expected that to be super duper mega fruity. And, I mean, it's definitely got a fruit flavor to it. But I would call it mild at best. Who's taking off? So after I finish trying this, I'll go through and we'll talk about Miss Renee, what Miss Renee's story is, while I'm doing the auction, while I'm smoking a cigarette and talking to you guys and whatnot. Raspberry jam. Last jam I had, which was it a jam or a jelly? It was a jelly. It was a cranberry jelly that I had in an old IMP. It was like a holiday meal, right? It was the chicken one, wasn't it? It was like chicken, the mashed potatoes, the cranberry, jelly. Wow, sorry about that, guys. Usually don't do that. Just kind of couldn't control myself. I could definitely eat some more of that without any issue, really. I wish it was a little warmer, but okay, the sauce contains most of the metallic taste. That where I just licked that spoon off, I could tell. That's kind of what's going on there. What'd I do with my knife? What? The heck? Oh, here it is. Hey, gray guy, what are you doing, buddy? Hey. Hi. Hey, buddy. You want to say hi to everybody real quick? You want to get some cat hair all over me? Here, I'll flip the camera around real quick. Come here. Oh, say hello. I'm a pretty boy. I'm a pretty boy. You're a pretty boy, ain't you? He's an awesome cat. He's so good. His big old paws. You got big hands, don't you, buddy? You got big old kitty paws on me. Yes, I do. Nom, 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 nom. You got pretty eyes, too. You got pretty eyes. They're like green. Green eyes, don't you? Oh, you're slobbering. You just ate, or you just drank a bunch of water, didn't you? He drinks a lot of water. He likes to drink water. He don't drink too much, but more than others. Oh, he's a good boy. Are you bashful? Here, gotta put you down, buddy. Yep, furry. Flip the camera. Still gotta make oatmeal and try this jelly. Raspberry jam from 1995. This jam would be what? How old is this jam? 33 years old? How old is this? 95. 05, 15. How old is this? 2025 it'd be 30, right? 95. It's 27 years old, right? 22 and 5, right? 27 years old. This looks awful dark. Yeah, it's got a real, almost looks like grape. All right, here we go. Give it a try. Mmm. Mm-hmm. That is tasty. It's not too sweet. The raspberry flavor is really nice, natural. I mean, it just tastes like fruit. It just tastes like raspberry. It's really refreshing. Almost like a refreshing kind of aftertaste to it. Mmm. Goes good with that bread, too. Mmm. Now that's a treat. That is really good. That I want more of. Yeah, this is best thing I've had so far. By a good little bit. I mean, it's it's so good. I would venture to say this is better than a fresh raspberry jam. Although I do really like the raspberry jam in the IMP. This one's a little sweeter. And the fruit flavor itself is more predominant. Mmm. 2 thumbs up, for sure. Wish I had 5 of those. 10 of those. Something like that. Now, the coffee should follow that up quite well. Give that a try. Mmm. That seems like it's very mild. Very mild. Pretty low on the tannins. Like, it doesn't really have much of that that dry bitterness to it. A little bit of sourness there, which is nice. But it seems like a pretty well-balanced cup. If you ask me, this is pretty smooth as well. Very smooth. I think even your lightest of coffee drinkers would enjoy this cup right here. Not overpowering in any way, but it does have a bold enough flavor that, you know, you feel like you're drinking a cup of coffee. The more I drink it, the more I like it. It is, like I said, quite mild, but it's got a really unique flavor to it. Not the type of coffee I'm used to coming out of Rations. Not IMPs, not MREs, not any other, really. Which a lot of other countries' coffees are different. I mean, just like you get into those Norwegian Arctics, and the Polish, the German especially, man, the concentrated coffee that they have is just wow. They make one heck of a big cup of coffee. I think one of their things of coffee makes like, or one of their packages of coffee makes like 16 or 18 or 20 ounces of coffee. It's a lot. It's a lot. And I've seen people make make that coffee concentrate into like 6-8 ounces, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you people have no clue what you're doing. It's going to be like kind of like worse than espresso, probably, as far as like its strength. I like a good espresso. I don't drink a whole lot of coffee recreationally, but if it's in the ration, I drink it and enjoy it. I used to drink a lot of coffee, especially when I worked day shift, or if I needed to stay up in the morning when I was on night shift. I worked 7 days and nights, from 6:30 in the evening to 6:30 in the morning, which really I worked from like 6 in the evening to like 7:30 in the morning. Then I'd leave, get home, you know, do whatever. Do that for 7 days, get 2 days off, and then go in on day shift. Come in at 6:30 in the morning, well, about 6 in the morning, and stay till about 7 in the evening. We always overlapped at least a half hour, if not an hour. You know, it just always happened that we would tell each other what was going on, you know, blah, blah, blah. We'd be there 13 hours minimum. And switched every freaking week. You can't get used to a shift like that. You just can't. Your body will not allow you to get used to that. Kind of sucked. In the financial industry, coffee runs in our veins. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. Investory, me and you need to get together sometime. I got some questions for you. If you're in the financial industry, I need to get with you. Oatmeal. Oatmeal. Everybody hates oatmeal. Okay, there's like a something. turned red when I touched it. Kinda. Okay. Anyway, let's add some hot water to this. Need to get my Discord sorted out. Just email me, and then I'll give you another way to contact me. Yeah, because I've tried that daggone Discord thing multiple times now, and not had any luck. Because someone used my email or something, which means that I should be able to change the password on it. By having them send me a new code, but it didn't work last time I tried, which hadn't been that long ago. And I was trying to set up Discord for another reason as well, other than investory. What is that? I'm pretty sure that ain't supposed to be in there. Whatever it is. Like a husk, maybe. This stuff is wanting to thicken up like crazy. And I do not like my oatmeal to be super duper thick. I like for it to be somewhat runny. Even more so than this. Get off my spoon. Freaking dry oatmeal. Gonna take more water than that even. It's soaking it up like crazy. Well, that's getting there. More along the lines of consistency that I'm looking for. And I guarantee it's still going to thicken up more because this water is blazing hot. Still sticky. Like spackle almost. Definitely was before I added that last little bit of water. It was real thick. It's still pretty thick. Alright. Still that dry bit stuck to the friggin' spoon right there. It didn't come off. Got a little wet, but alright. Let me smell it. I don't know. It's almost like it's not flavored. It just smells like almost like plain oatmeal. Oatmeal fibers is good for you. It's down the hatch. I've heard that goes both ways. I heard it can stop you up too, and it's bad for you. But you know how that stuff's always changing. I think you should just go with your gut. Whatever works best for you, whatever makes you feel the best, food-wise, outside of like, sugars and, which stuff that we all eat. Well, not all of us, but I do. I indulge in the bad things. Plenty of them in rations. It's usually my favorite part. Just like that jam. Alright, it is extremely hot. I don't know if you can see it steaming, but it is steaming hot. There's not much flavor to that. It tastes the way it smells. It's just barely not plain oatmeal. It's just got a hint of maple flavor to it. And I know that they changed this throughout the years, adding more maple flavor to it, obviously. It's easy to eat, I would say. I think it's okay. I feel like it's probably on its way out, but I think it's still edible. Same way with the ham. It's kind of growing on me. Consistency, it's very viscous, obviously. It's not, it's how I make it. I could thin it out some more if I wanted. But it's about right for how I like to eat my oatmeal right now. Very, like I said, very easy to eat. I think you could manipulate this flavor-wise with some of this jam without any issue. The maple flavor is not going to contrast with it because there's not much maple flavor there. So add a little bit of that in there and see if it influences this bite much. I mean, a little bit. It's not worth wasting the jam on, honestly. It's a nice breakfast item, I would say. I like something nice and hot like this that kind of sticks to your bones. It's a very finely ground oatmeal. I do like mine to be a little thicker, like the pieces of oat to be not quite so ground up like this is. This is obviously pretty finely ground. Believe it or not, the cheap stuff from Dollar General, like the mixed fruit kind, is one of my favorites when it comes to oatmeal because it has bigger grains. Now, that's going to be a person by person basis what you prefer. I feel like it's a very individual thing. You may not even like oatmeal. I didn't eat oatmeal, honestly, about a year before I got hurt, so probably 2015 was the first time I ever tried oatmeal. I thought to myself, man, I like fruit, and oatmeal looks good. I might like that. So I started, experimenting with it and, making some up, figuring out how I liked it, thinner and thicker, whatever. And I ate oatmeal for 2 meals a day. When I was at work, it was easy. We had one of those water coolers that had hot water on tap. Nice purified bottled hot water. So I would use that hot water and I'd make oatmeal. And I would eat it twice a day. Every day. I'd definitely eat it for breakfast, which I'd eat 2 packs at a time. So, does anybody eat 1 pack of oatmeal at a time? I don't think, to me, there's just not enough oatmeal in 1 package of oatmeal. Unless you get those oversized packs, which I got some, it was like walnut and something. And they were like bigger packs, and I could eat 1 of those at a time. But, like I said, I used to eat it for like a year. I ate it every day, twice a day. Then after I got hurt, I couldn't stand looking at it. I couldn't look at it, I couldn't smell it, and I sure as heck couldn't eat it. I don't know what happened to me, but I've gradually gotten back to the point where I can enjoy oatmeal again. And that's probably really happened within the last year or 2 where I enjoy oatmeal again. I don't eat it very often, but I like it now. I don't know why, though. I don't know what caused me to have such an aversion for it. I should be gluten-free if I'm honest with myself. However, I have children who eat like horses. And so if I was to really follow the diet I need to have to convert my kids. Now you'd have to convert your kids, yeah. 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 The gluten thing is definitely became a problem. I feel like that's something that has developed in humans over the past 50 to 100 years. I think brought on by the foods that we eat. Honestly, I don't think that people had a gluten issue before then. Maybe they did, and they just didn't know what it was. But um, I can't remember what that's called right now. Mulder happened to be in the chat right now. That's oh, this is so close to going bad, but I think it's like I don't know. It's definitely got a sourness to it. It could just be where it's this weird brand that I've never had before, which is kind of odd. Even the texture of it is weird. Huh. I don't know what to think about that. The chocolatiness of it is... Well, how do I describe that? It's pretty strong. Kind of reminds me of... oh, what's that cheap hot chocolate? The kind I don't like. I can't remember what it is. I don't think... Is it Swiss Miss? I think it's Swiss Miss, the stuff I don't like. Well, I don't hate it, but it's the lesser of the hot chocolates. Cocoa beverage powders. Yeah, that's got a... The chocolate flavor to it, I kind of like. It's got a pretty bold, almost, I mean, definitely some real cocoa being used there. It's got a weird bitterness to it, man, and a sourness. I'm probably shouldn't drink a whole lot of that. I think I could drink that, as far as flavor-wise, like, for sure. But it could certainly give me a stomach ache because it's so close to being bad. It's either really close to being bad or it's some really weird hot chocolate. I can't tell you which one because I've never had that before. And I've surely never had a fresh one. You know. Um, I can't get any more of these old IMPs like this. Not this old. Because when he seen me open that IMP up on a live stream and all the bugs come out of it, he's like, I ditched those other ones as soon as I saw that. And I was like, oh no, you should have put them in a bag or something. Because you never know, man. I mean, because this one was right next to that one. It would have been right next to it. And as you've seen, there's no bugs in this one. It was just in that one. So, I don't know, man. Like, I really don't know why they were in that one and not this one. Excuse me. I don't know where they came from originally. Like, where maybe he got them from two different sources, and that's why. I don't know. Have I tried everything? All except for these peaches. Do you guys want to see these peaches? I can already tell you I'm not going to eat them. They're going to be dark brown. Not anything that I would want to put in my mouth. And, yeah, that's about it. They'll look like old peaches. I gotta finish this raspberry jam off. I don't want to waste any of this goodness. Get it all. These are really heavy-duty packages of jam. the way they're made, they ain't made that way no more. Which they changed to this. I mean, what year was this? This was 06. And, I mean, this is nothing compared to this. This is some super heavy-duty stuff. This, on the other hand, I would say would be a lot easier to get a pinhole in or something. And I feel like stuff probably holds up a lot better in these packages right here because it's so thick. I mean, it's just really got the thickness to it. Super stiff packaging. There might be enough jam there really to polish off this piece of bread. We get a little bit of a look at the seeds in there too. Look at that. Looking good, ain't it? It's kind of turned brown. Instead of it having that red color to it, look. It's kind of more of a brown color. But flavor-wise, it's perfect. I think this bread tastes fresh. Earlier I thought it was making my mouth numb, but it must have been the ham. The bread. Kind of melts in your mouth. It's really good. For a 27-year-old loaf of bread, this ration had to have been stored pretty daggone well. Not the best, but pretty well. For everything that I've eaten to have held up as good as it has. I mean, I certainly could eat more of that ham. I'd rather eat this, like, more fiber part of it over here. Which I will. Eat some more of that. And some more of this, see, I told you it would thicken up. Definitely thickened up. Look at that. Very sticky now. Not a huge fan of that, but I'll eat it anyway. Yeah, if I could have a whole case of these 96s that were stored like this, I would take them in a heartbeat. I'm sure there would be a few items that I would come across that would be no good, and then like that chocolate, where that wasn't the ration itself or the person that stored its fault. That was the ministry for putting that in there. Like they made a mistake. They made a mistake when they put that candy in there, because it just was not meant to hold up, or it just was unable to hold up. Incapable. Incapable. That's the word I was looking for. I like sour cream when it's mixed in with things. Like, I don't like to just have sour cream on, like, dolloped on top of something, and I got to kind of mix it into my taco or whatever. Again, it's a consistency thing, though, with me. It's like a Cool Whip or pudding consistency. I can't do either one. Like, this is borderline to almost to the point where I can't eat it. Like, it's right there. I can handle this, but if this was much thicker, it would gag me. Wash it down with some coffee. Very weird coffee, man. That is some strange coffee. it could be like tricky. It could be like really strong coffee, and I just don't realize how strong it is. Might have a lot of caffeine in it. It does have that bitterness to it, but it doesn't have that like dry. I would say it's got more of a sour. It's more of a sourness than it is a bitterness. Super weird. That's weird coffee, man. Not what I'm used to at all. And the hot chocolate, again, like it's... I don't know what's up with that. I think there might be some issues with that from the chocolate. The melted chocolate has contaminated it, maybe. As far as the ketchup, man, like... I don't know what this would actually be. I don't think they were really thinking about this as far as it being useful. I don't think so. I'm not using the ketchup, which there is a grape jelly here too. I guess I could go ahead and get that onto this bread. Let's see here. And I wanted that to come down lower than that. Nope. It's not going to happen. CT's favorite, guys. Tell CT I had some 27-year-old Canadian grape jelly. It looks perfect. It looks just like the raspberry look, though. Doesn't that look just like the raspberry? I mean, obviously the seeds whenever I spread it out, but piled up like that, this looks identical to the raspberry. Doesn't have a smell. Classic. I mean, immediately makes me think of peanut butter and jelly. Minus the peanut butter, obviously. But that grape jelly flavor is just spot on. What the heck was I going to say? Oh yeah, Miss Renee, the auction thing. Anybody who doesn't know, if you've watched this video enough or you're skipping around, the reason behind me doing this, first of all, Miss Renee did not ask me to do this. Second of all, anybody within our community that would need help or that we could help, I feel like we would do that. This is the first time it's ever came up to where I felt like I really needed to do something. Where I did think of this earlier today, and this is something I want to bring up. Salty Croc cigarette. Nobody ever really wants to ask for help, and I get that. But I do feel like had I known what was going on earlier, we could have helped prevent some of the getting behind on bills and stuff. So what Miss Renee's got going on is she's got a heart issue where she needs open heart surgery. Her income's $800 a month, which with the economy changing the way it has, has made it virtually impossible for her to survive on that unless things were to be set up exactly right and things didn't go wrong, right? So she might be able to get by on that, living where she lives in Kentucky, if everything was going right and had been right. So, Miss Renee's got the heart issue. Her hot water tank went out, leaked, ruined her floor, had to shut her water off. It was still off last I knew. And she was walking down to the creek. I know she can barely get around with a bucket, to get a bucket to bring up there so that she could fill up like the back of her toilet from a creek next to her home. So that's got to get that fixed. The tires on her car went bald, where obviously that took 20, 30, 40, 50,000 miles to get there. And she was behind on her payment for that, and multiple things like that. Her refrigerator stopped working as well, and winter's coming. Miss Renee's not going to be the only person that's got troubles coming up this winter. I am afraid for a lot of people this winter. Now, what I was trying to say earlier is, had I known in advance, or had I known earlier that I could have helped earlier, I think it would have been easier to get everything caught up and straightened up, and maybe even prevented a few things. Investor, yeah. See, someone was supposed to help me get that GoFundMe set up. I'm working with Smitty. I've been talking to Smitty. I think I couldn't focus on it this week with the death in the family. If we can't get it figured out this weekend, I might reach out to somebody else to try to help get that put together. I still don't really understand how that works. If you have to like hit the goal, or if there's a time limit, I don't have a clue. I've looked into it and I still don't understand it. And Smitty said like it should be pretty simple. He said he'd like for Miss Renee to help so he could put the correct information and get a couple pictures from her, because that is all also something that should be a part of it. So yes, I think the GoFundMe thing should happen. I mean, I could take everything from the auction and put into the GoFundMe. I could, we could do it that way. I mean, I'd almost prefer to do it that way. So, GoFundMe takes like, it's, like if we donate, their fee was, what'd they say? It was something really, really small. I cannot remember. Whatever it was insignificant for the service that they're providing. I do not necessarily like GoFundMe so much, but it's the one that everybody knows. It's the one that people are comfortable with. So it's the one I prefer to use. And I'm not even sure if they ruined the other one back a few months ago, whenever that was. Whenever the Canadian truckers had a big, huge GoFundMe set up, and like I think there was like $10 million came into the Canadian trucker GoFundMe, and then the Canadian government like stole that money or something. Like it was crazy. Like it was like, are you going to just send the money back to people? Which should have been a pretty simple thing as far as GoFundMe's concerned, because they have records of every single one of those transactions, and all they would have to do, and it's on them if they're going to do something like that, is to reverse every one of those transactions and send those people back their money. You don't get to just keep their money. Like, see, that's something that ticks me off. I'm very ticked off about that. Canadian government, absolute appalling what they done. Very, very disgusted. And that's one thing that like makes me not like GoFundMe. They don't deserve, in my opinion, anybody's business anymore. But we're kind of in a situation where that's what needs to be used because it's what's known, it's what people are comfortable with. So yeah. And then the other one, I can't remember what the other one was. It was like I want to say it had something like Christian roots or something like that. I want to say it was religious based, but it was like a different. It's just a different GoFundMe type service that that they ended up using. They were like, oh well, GoFundMe's going to allow this, and they cooperated and made it happen. So they were like, okay, we'll use the other service, and then the Canadian government somehow done something to where they just basically shut that one down, or they robbed that one, was getting people's personal like bank information. Like, it was one of the shadiest things out in the open that I've ever seen out of the Canadian anything, government, anything. Like, it was awful. Absolutely, it was appalling what they done. Because you guys saw the same thing I saw. Those truckers couldn't have been more respectful in how they done what they done. If you ask me, they were doing what they were doing because they were forced into that situation. And especially now, if you look at the rules and the laws and everything that they've changed to, which they knew back then, just like everybody else knew, and the ones that were had the balls to speak up and say something about it, like the truckers. Like, we're not going to lose our job because you're trying to force us to do something that we don't want to do. We don't want to put that in our body. I don't blame them. And now look what they're saying about that exact situation, and about the freaking the V word and all that. Like, the flip-flop is what makes it even worse. You know what I mean? You got a friend whose ex put up a false GoFundMe, said he was using it for medical bills, but was actually using it to pay for his race car. Well, see, that's another thing too. When I started researching GoFundMe the other day, like trying to figure out just what I typed in was how to set up a GoFundMe page. That was it. Like, I'm not trying to set it up for myself. I'm trying to set it up for Miss Renee. Everything, all the stuff that I ended up clicking on. Some of the titles were like just very simple, like just how to, and it was every single one of them that I ended up clicking on and watching had someone behind it that was trying to sell their book on how to raise money on GoFundMe, tactics to use, how to work the algorithm, all this stuff, like how to use GoFundMe as basically more or less like begging on the street corner. And that is not what that service was set up for. That service was set up for crowdfunding, like to help out a fellow human being that you know that's in a group, and where you're on the internet, like the way the internet communities are now, like we have. It's a great thing. It's a great service. It can be a great service. It can work really well, especially for what we're trying to do here and what we're trying to accomplish to help Miss Renee out. Miss Renee's been around for a long time. Some of you guys might not know Miss Renee. A lot of you guys do know who Miss Renee is, and I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't needed, if she wasn't trustworthy, and if I didn't think that what we were doing wasn't going to actually help her. And I already know that it has helped her already. Just what we've done already, I think already we've probably raised, I'm going to say about $1,300. And I didn't do anything last week except I donated some of my own money last week. And then the week before, which I never checked with her to make sure she got that or anything. I should have. And then the week before was the week that I done it on here, and I think she said that she got a total of like $985 or something like that. I want to say that's the number she said. Might have been $8.95. It was something like that. So, it's an easy way to commit fraud. So, yeah, okay. So anything like that that you're ever going to have, there's always going to be people that abuse it. I mean, you can't avoid that. It's just going to happen. And it has to be accounted for. But obviously, I think anybody that knows us and knows this knows that's not this situation. That's not what's going on here. So it's not an issue. That's not an issue to even think or talk about. What we need to figure out and understand is how to use this service to the best of our ability to help Miss Renee out. And my goal is to help her get through the winter and get her straightened up and lined up to where she can sustain herself on her income and not have to worry about freezing to death during the winter, not having running water, things like that. Like, nobody should have to go through that. So, you guys understand where I'm coming from here. You understand what I'm saying. It's what we're doing is important. It's very important to Miss Renee too. I know she couldn't be more thankful. She couldn't be more appreciative. And look, another thing is this. This wasn't. I knew this was going to happen, and I knew this would be one of the downsides. But I knew it would hurt Miss Renee's pride by me doing this, because Miss Renee's going to be super humble about it. She never would ask for help, but it was needed. And like I said, if I know that any of you guys are going through this and I can help, I'm going to help you guys. As long as I know you, and I know it's not going to be like old dude that got GoFundMe and raised $10,000 supposed to be for medical bills, went to build a race car. Nah, that's not okay. But I think I have, if you're within my orbit of people, I'm going to know you well enough to either vouch for you or decide not to. It could go either way depending on who you are. If I don't know you well enough, then I wouldn't do something like this. But if I do, I'm putting my name on the line and vouching for this situation myself. And if anything were to go sideways or anything like that, I would take care of that issue. So, I think that's the best way to approach something like that. I think that's the best I can do. Dan said she isn't asking for her help. Her help is freely given. Point taken. Exactly. Like I said, she didn't ask for it. I just kind of, after I realized what was going on, I was like, wait, I can't just not do anything, right? And then what kind of person would I be to just say, oh man, hey, sucks you're going through that, right? Like, oh, wish I could do something to help you out. Well, I can. So I am. And here we are. So there's the explanation. There's what I probably should have said way earlier. Wish I would have. Wish I would have just in the beginning taken the time and had the thought process to say that. But it's said now. Most people won't see it. Thank you, investor. I appreciate that. I'm not doing anything that you guys wouldn't do. Like, if you guys had the ability to do it, I feel like you'd probably do the same. You'd do the same thing. I'm not doing anything out of the ordinary or special at all. Going above and beyond is something that I should do more of. I need to take the time and effort to do that. Too gooey for the cakes. Oh, cool. All right. Miss Marilyn just donated two gooey butter cakes, I'm going to assume, of their choice of flavor, which let's just this is an old flyer, but it'll give you an idea of what Miss Renee or Miss Marilyn has going on gooey butter cake wise. And that is this old flyer. She can say she's got more flavors than this now, or less, or whatever. But at the time, because of the way things, the supply chain and everything might be different, a lot of different flavors of gooey butter cakes. Give you an idea of what you're going to get. Available sizes, which was a 9x9 and a 9x13. I don't know what's what, how that works, but Miss Renee, most of the flavors are still the same. Good deal. If you guys are interested in bidding on Miss Renee's gooey butter cakes in the live auction, go to AnnandAllen.com. You can see everything that Miss Marilyn has going on at AnnandAllen.com. Can never find the website. Wait, it's right there. It's right here. Right here. It's just AnnandAllen.com. Big A, big N. I guess it's all capital. All capital letters on here except for the .com. AnnandAllen.com. You can go check out all of what Miss Marilyn has going on for the gooey butter cakes. So we got that. We have whatever rations I come up with that will most likely, most of them will. I'll just do the live auction, and whatever comes of it comes of it. As far as shipping wise goes, like I said, we'll have to figure out. I need to figure the shipping thing out. Obviously, I'm going to ship them. Is that going to be like taking off the price? Because we're probably going to get into shipping. I mean, it could be 10 to 12 to 15 different packages. So shipping is going to have to be something that's going to have to be tacked on to it, I think, is how we're going to have to do that. Which, I mean, if you buy anything like that, I think you just need to factor in the fact that you're going to have to ship it. And I'll do it all the absolute cheapest way that I possibly can. You have my word on that. I promise you that I'll do that. And then we've got the quilt that Miss Gail is making. We have a package coming from Vince or Saltycroccollectibles, which has an eBay store. I don't know if he's got anything on there right now, but great guy, part of the community for sure. Vince ever needs anything, we're there for him, just like he's there for Miss Renee right now. But he's sending some stuff. History Savior said he was sending some stuff like a World War II helmet, and I don't know what else he said. He said something else, but some pretty cool stuff. I never really thought about like stuff. Like I've got some cool stuff that I could probably come up with as well and donate towards this. I don't know if you guys would be interested. This, if I should just stick with rations, or I might get some personal collectible items. I don't know. Highly recommend this, by the way. Like I said earlier, really, really good. Jungle Jim's apple. DSM to St. Louis, not too far. Minnie said she met you. Her name is Julie. I met you a long time ago. James says, my niece said that she met you. Her name is Julie. And James said, I met you a long time ago. Huh. That's how crazy that our paths cross like that. I've met quite a few people that come into this chat that were at the meetup, which we probably had back during the meetup. What did we have? Probably, I don't know how many people showed up to that. Maybe 60-ish or so, 50, 60 people, something like that. I mean, it was a long trip for a lot of people. There's people come from Canada, Trucker and Smitty both, and Trucker brought his boy with him. I think there were people from Washington, which is a really long drive. Not D.C., but the state of Washington, out west. Vince came. He was from, like, what's he from? Like a Carolina, I think. One of the Carolinas. Shocker. From down like Georgia-ish area. Where's Shocker? What state's Shocker? I never can remember what state Shocker's in. It's like, I think it's one of those. Shocker 71. You guys click on all those links down in my description. Find yourself all kinds of ration channels. And some goofy goobers down in there. And then there's some really, like, strictly information-based folks down there. There's a large array of different people down there. That's like Gabe. Gabe is probably the most far-out, different type of content. Well, I got Chase the Heat and Skippy62 Able in my links as well. It should have. But Chase the Heat, great guy. Johnny Scoville, that guy that came up with this here. He stops in the live streams on occasion. I had a little bit of a relationship with LA Beast at one time. Like, I tried to get him on the show on Eating History, and he acted like he had something major going on. I don't care to say this now. Odds of him watching this are pretty slim. But if he does, he does. I don't care. But I was sitting right there the day that my field producer contacted him, because we were trying to get him on the Crystal Pepsi shoot that we were doing, because he done a Crystal Pepsi video like years and years ago that went super viral. That's maybe one of his highest viewed videos, I would say, where he drank the little glass bottle of Crystal Pepsi and then got like really sick afterwards. I've never been good at getting sick. Hot stuff really gets a reaction out of me, but I don't get sick. I do now. Like, I get deathly ill when I go to the hospital. But, like, puking wise, I've never been that guy. I've never been a puker. Like, it's just never been in my bag of tricks or my forte. It's just not my forte. I keep things down whether I want to or not. Once they go down my gullet, they're staying down there. G. Schultz says that video was hilarious. So I really wish we could have gotten him in on that. But like I said, we called him. I was sitting there whenever that phone call happened, and he acted like he had some sort of like a TV show or something that he was doing. And we were like, oh, okay, well, that's, obviously, if you got something like that going on, more power to you. And nope, just didn't play out, man. I kind of feel like he didn't think that it was real. See, we ran into that a lot. When you have someone contact you from the History Channel, and they, you answer the phone, they give you a very short explanation of why they're calling, and then they say, from the History Channel. They're like, yeah, right. Get out of here. Whatever. We got that. We got that probably 50% of the time. So you get people that just don't believe that they're in the situation that they're in. So I guess it kind of, it does ruin the experience for some people, and some things that could have happened that didn't happen because of that. Kind of a weird thing. But it most certainly did happen. More than it should have. I feel like maybe if I would have handled those phone calls myself, I could have convinced these people a little bit better. But when you got a field producer, like, they're one-track mind. Like, I got to get this done. It's got to get done yesterday. Hurry up. Hurry up. And if the people don't bite on what you're saying, like, it's like, okay, well, I'll move on to the next one. Screw it. And it's just done. And they never look back. I would have taken that extra few seconds to be like, hang on a second. Wait a minute. This is real. Don't hang up the phone. But yes, gooey butter cake was just donated by Miss Marilyn, so there will be 2 of those, she said. Should I? How do you want me to do that, Miss Marilyn? Separate, or one person gets them both? How? I mean, that would be cheaper shipping wise, I'm sure. So you tell me. And I ain't got no clue, like how we'll do. You'll get your pick of flavor. Yeah, that's how that'll work. You'll get your pick of flavor on those. So one, okay. So one at a time. Got it. Good deal. I was pretty surprised by this meal, by the way, for being 27 years old. Uh, Held up surprisingly well. The ham itself was a little bit soft, but flavor-wise, not bad. The juice is metallic. I steer clear of the pineapple gravy stuff. What's it called? Pineapple sauce. It's definitely a sauce. But the ham, not bad. I wish the ham would have been more like the American ham slice, thinner, more firm. We done our ham slice right from the very beginning. Like, it was right in the 1980 MRE, 81. Like, ham slice stayed the same all the way up to, like, what, 04? Oh, something like that, 03. Ham slice was around for a long time. And then I don't know what happened to it. I think they should bring it back. I don't see why ham slice had to go anywhere. Like, guys enjoy having a chunk of meat like that sometimes. Like, sometimes you just want meat. And sometimes you don't get it with these MREs that they have. Chicken burrito bowl, that's a decent one for meat. Beef stew, obviously, that's a good one. I feel like spaghetti is lacking in every single area. Some people love it. Some people love the spaghetti. Not this guy. Not this guy. If I'm going to eat spaghetti, it's going to have to be home cooked. The noodles need to be al dente. I'm picky when it comes to my spaghetti. I don't like mushy spaghetti. I like a nice, good meat sauce. Like, it's got to have a bunch of meat to it. The freeze dried spaghetti, it kind of it goes real soft too, man. Like, it's better than the retort. Don't get me wrong, because the retort, I mean, what I think of the retort is kind of like a what is that stuff called? You put on like it's like, those little Italian dishes, or not dishes, like like an hors d'oeuvre, and they like spread the stuff on that little hard bread, that little cream. You do that with that spaghetti, like spread that on one of those little hard slices of bread and eat it that way. Like, it's more of a spread than it is spaghetti. You know what I mean? Like, it's not really spaghetti. It's definitely, you can use it like, you eat it like a dip, or it's just ugh. I don't like necessarily crispy spaghetti. I just want it to be chewy, like al dente, not super chewy, but I'm picky when it comes to my spaghetti. Any pasta, I'm picky when it comes to pasta. I don't like overdone pasta, and I don't like too underdone pasta. It's got to be just right. Just like when I'm having ramen noodles, like, they have to be a ramen noodles. We always call them ramen noodles here in West Virginia. You ever hear a West Virginian say ramen noodles? They're referring to ramen noodles. Um, I don't I don't know why that name, because it looks like, I guess because it looks like ramen, 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 although it's pronounced ramen. But yeah, just about everybody around where I live and up towards the mountain area and everywhere, they call it ramen noodles. It's kind of stupid. Mountain House spaghetti is, eh. What in the world was I trying to think of with the? I think it's like they put like a little. I want to say like a little tomato sauce on those pieces of bread. And usually they're like longer on the top and shorter on the bottom, and they kind of like slope, like this, longer up here, longer down here. You know what I mean? You know those little pieces of bread. What is that called? Oh, it's something that Adam Richmond would say because he's bougie, y'all. Like I don't know. I guess that comes with money, maybe. Like you eat bougie foods. I was looking at some of his stuff on Instagram the other day. I've got to get connected with him, but he was living on a boat in England, traveling the river Thames or something like that. I don't know how you say it. Suggestion for Miss Nameless. Miss Bond, Miss Glue, Miss Duct Tape. Another thought is paying tribute to our dear friend Renee and calling her Renee. Oh. She needs a name. She can't be nameless. I got all kinds of nameless cats. Unfortunately, I do that so I don't get connected to them so much. Like I could still give her away. It'd bother me probably to no end, and she's asleep right there right now. But she looks like Minnie, my original cat, the only one I ever wanted. I didn't even really want her. She showed up. She actually moved into this house with us. So she is going on 14 or 15 years old. And you can't tell. Like, you can't tell that she's that old. She still spends a lot of time over in the old house, the place that I used to live at. She doesn't go in there. She just goes over that direction. But she looks like her. She looks like Minnie. And Minnie, the reason I called Minnie Minnie is she showed up, I would say she was between 1 and 2.5 years old, and her legs were like, and they still are. Her legs are like that long. They're just little tiny mini legs. I don't know that she's a miniature cat per se, but she's definitely way smaller than most cats. And she used to be a lot. She used to be even smaller. She did get a little larger, probably throughout her. I don't know, for another 2 or 3 years, she probably grew a little bit, but she looks exactly right now as she did 12 years ago. Like, she has not changed at all. And this one, she does wheeze sometimes, like she's got respiratory issues, and she's got a skin condition that I don't really know what to do with. I clean her up every day, every single day, probably a couple times a day usually, but sometimes at least once a day. In the evening, I always take the flea comb and I brush the little spots off of her skin and get her cleaned up. She doesn't seem to mind it, so, and she's super lovey. I had a name come in my head the other day, but I can't remember what it was. But it was like real fitting for how clingy she is and how like lovey that she is. What did I call her? It'll come to me. It'll come to me again as I'm holding her or something, because she'll like jump up on me, which hurts because she digs her claws into my back, and I do not like that. But I've been trying to make her stop doing that. Bought cases from them. I'm one of the few people who they let dig around the secret stash. I found a case of halal MREs in there, and they let me have them for $55. Are you talking about like a surplus place, Daniel? I'm assuming. Got to check out the surplus shop for them too. They sometimes have older stock in their shipping container behind the shop. Oh, wait, Daniel, you live in Alaska though, don't you? Yeah, I think you live up in Alaska. That's right. So you're in a good place to have a shipping container with rations out back. That because even in the summer, what's it get like 70 something up there? It doesn't get hot. Yeah, Tim, I don't know, man. I, I don't know that it'd be hard to get rid of her. It'd be hard. She's been here now for what? Well, how old is she now? I'd have to go back and look at the streams because I did not. My goal with these freaking cats, because they belong to the neighbor, if you guys recall. Like, the cat that had them belongs to the neighbor. And then after the cat, after like, it was like 2.5 months, I took that cat, my neighbor's cat, and went and got it fixed. Because she came to my house and had kittens. But my whole goal was to not get attached to these kittens, so I didn't mess with them. I didn't look at them. I didn't name them. I didn't fool with them. I just wanted the mommy to take care of them. And then we got about, what, 6 weeks in, 5, 6 weeks in, maybe 7 weeks in, and she kind of wasn't taking care of them. And they, like, there was some, I mean, I lost 3 of them. 3 of them passed away on me, and I'd done everything in my power to try to keep them alive. And I ended up losing them, and that sucked. Especially, they all sucked. But I had gotten really attached to that last one. I called him Chubby Bubbles. He was just the most, like, little bubbly little guy, and he was just, I think it was a her, actually. No, it was a boy. Anyway, doesn't matter. But he, I think, I don't know what happened to him, man. I really don't. Like, I ended up having to give him enemas. Like, it was a whole ordeal where I was trying to save him, and I did everything I could. Is it weird, spicy? No, it's not weird. I watch YouTube videos and stuff all the time while I'm in the shower. Oh, he says it was Jolene. I called that one Chubby Bubbles because it had like a bubble gut on it, and it had something wrong with its digestive tract, and I'm thinking that it's possible that little one had, like, its intestines got twisted or something, but I had it using the bathroom there at the end, so I don't know if that could have been it or not. It just, poor little thing. I hated that. I hate losing animals. Whether I've had 2 weeks with them or 2 days with them or 2 hours with them, it all bothers me. Like, I don't want anything to do with losing animals, ever. But it's part of life, I guess. I just have to deal with it. It was the little gray one, right? Yeah. Or no? Yeah, it was a gray one, right? I've got pictures. Not on that phone. Not on that one either. It's on this one. I still got Miss Gail's quilt pulled up here. If anybody who didn't see it. There it is. That's going to be the quilt that's going to be up for auction for Miss Renee. So, super awesome. If you guys don't know much about quilts are handmade quilts around these parts. They people do handmade quilts around here, and they usually sell for quite a substantial amount of money. Didn't used to be that way. It used to be you could pick up a quilt for, like, well, I guess $40-50 back then was a lot of money. But I think that gap has increased as the years have went on, to where there's more of a value to it now than there used to be. So it's definitely a skill set that not very many people have anymore, as far as to sit down, dedicate that much of their time and effort into making a blanket, essentially a quilt. So yeah, Lost 2 dogs. You had 2 dogs die from twisted stomachs, a condition that cows and horses get. See, that's what I was kind of afraid Tim might have been going on with that little one, because I could feel, the, you know, uh, the stool inside its stomach, like inside its intestines. I could feel it, and I definitely shouldn't have been able to feel it. And that's whenever I got desperate and I started looking up, like, what can I do? What is going on? And I took some of my old medical equipment from where I got hurt, and I made something to give that little kitten an enema, and it worked. I think I actually that saved it that time, and then the second time it really got sick. I tried to give it antibiotics, and the antibiotics just, I think it was too sick for the antibiotics to really help, and I think it made it 2 days after it got really sick, something like that. It sucked, it really sucked. I don't like losing animals, man. I really don't. I'm still hearing and seeing Sebastian, and we are, what, 6 weeks out now. It has not gotten less. It hasn't gotten more, but it's stayed about the same amount. I hear him all the time, way too often. Honestly, like, I hear him more often, but I still see him on occasion out of the corner of my eye. Like I said, I've said this before. You guys can call me crazy, think what you want to think, but I don't know how to explain this other than the fact that it's something that's in my head, in my brain. That's just, it must not be ready to let go of that because he was so much a part of the day to day that it's ingrained into my brain so deeply that it haven't let go, let hold. The hold hasn't let go yet. I don't know. I don't know how else to explain that. So this was an interesting ration. A lot of this stuff was different than your average IMP food. Like, the drink was very different. The hot chocolate was very different. Coffee was very different. The jams were really good. The bread was amazing. The oatmeal, which I didn't finish, but I should finish it. Nice and cold and thick right now. Oh, I do not like that texture. It's very, very sticky and gelatinous. But I don't want to waste it. And I don't think heating it up would really help anything. I guess I could add a little hot water to it, and that might do the trick. It's definitely still good, though. Got to finish that bread and jam too, or jelly. And I'll finish the coffee and the fruit drink. Might even eat some more of that ham. If I don't eat it, which, I mean, I'm going to give some of it to the animals. We'll see how they react. If they like it, it'll tell me whether or not I should have been eating it or not. The bread's getting a little A little hard, actually. But as far as the grape jelly goes, I haven't been to an A&W in years. I've got an A&W mug that I stole from an A&W up in Charleston. It's I was working at a chemical plant up there called Dow Chemical, Dow Industrial, Dow DOW. Anyway, we used to go to an A&W for lunch a lot because it was right across the bridge. And this has been probably 18 to 20 years ago. And I stole one of those A&W mugs. And now if I make a milkshake or something, I make it in that mug. Because it's like the best mug ever. It's perfect size. Thickness is awesome. I love that mug. I wouldn't even know how to replace it. But I used to love to go to the A&W. Get a root beer float. Oh, James, no, I did not. You must not have been around. So, after I decided I was going to do that, I spent the week. I started off immediately that weekend on Sunday, starting to try to get my heat tolerance up. Started the prep. That was on a Sunday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, every day I was trying to eat more and more hot stuff, trying to get my tolerance up, trying to get myself built up to where I could do something like that and handle it. Well, and I was taking antacids and stuff at the same time, and doing prep stuff for my stomach, because if you don't, or I don't, if I don't do something like that, it tears my stomach up. Well, that Thursday I woke up and I was having an attack. My pancreas or pancreatitis or whatever, which I suppose can be triggered by spicy food, was flaring up. I was able to do a few things, take some medications. I was trying to flush my system out. I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I don't know what's wrong with me as far as, like, if it's something I can repair over time or what. But I'm coming to realize that back in 2019, when I went in the hospital the first time, that it was probably caused from eating hot sauce. The second time it happened, I ate quite a bit of moonshine jalapenos that Blindside had given me. Ate some here on the live screen and ate some after, and then had an attack, I believe, the next day. I'd have to double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I didn't put two and two together on that either. But this time, trying to build my tolerance up and prep myself, and then waking up the way I did. It lasted for about, I don't know, 4.5 hours, 5 hours. And I never went to the full blown I'm dying, I feel like I'm dying attack, but I was right there on the edge. It was it's excruciating pain. It is pain that I can't describe to you other than it's some of the worst pain that I've ever experienced. Like I said, the other day I didn't get to that point. The other 2 times that I had it, it was awful. It was awful. I know the second time I had it, I laid in that bed after I got into the hospital. I laid in that bed for 9 days. Didn't look at my cell phone. Didn't turn the television on. Nothing. The only thing I did was take the pain medication that they gave me. I wasn't allowed to eat or drink anything. It's awful. It's absolutely awful. And then they're like, well, you can't leave and you can't do anything until you use the restroom. Like, lady, I haven't eaten or drank anything in 10 days. Like, and I don't mean, like, I was peeing every 5 minutes because they had an IV on me that was literally a stream, not a drip, but a literal stream coming off of the little capsule thing where you can see it, where it's supposed to drip. Mine wasn't dripping. Yeah, you drink milk and get a stomach ache. Really? So milk gives you a worse stomach ache. You eat spicy stuff, I get a stomach ache. Spicy tuna roll. So I can eat some spicy stuff. I just can't, I guess, eat real spicy stuff. Like, I can eat anything cayenne level spicy. Which is, to most people, that's really hot. To me, that's like where I like it. That's the heat that I like, is cayenne level hot. I think cayenne's pretty decent heat level. But I enjoy that heat. Anything above that is like a little bit of a punishment, in my opinion. And if I'm doing something that's really hot, like I'm probably doing it to see if I can do it. There's not a whole lot of enjoyment to come from something like that, unless you. I don't even know how. I don't think Johnny Scoville, like, I don't think he can enjoy that per se. I think, and then you see these guys on TikTok doing it, like, man, I don't really get that, because who's to say that these guys aren't, like, you got 1 minute or whatever, and they're chowing down a pepper, and then the video cuts off, and they're just spitting it out, or they're doing, who knows what they're doing. I don't get that. But some of these people I've seen on YouTube, Johnny being one of them, there's a lady over in England that does it that is just, wow. She can handle it like it's nothing. Which Johnny pretty much can too. And there's a couple other guys that can handle spice here in America that do it pretty well. Not as good as he does it, in my opinion. There's one other guy, I can't remember who it was, that could really handle the spice. I'd have to look through my videos and stuff to see. Can't remember who it was. In your youth, you used to eat habaneros like grapes. I wish I would have taken more advantage of my youth and my health. See, after I got hurt, my health has really suffered because of a lot of things. I wish I would have taken advantage of my younger, healthier self. I used to be very healthy, very healthy. I never went to the hospital. I was in good shape. Um, I was a lot of things that I'm not now. I mean, when you go from working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, to nothing, to being bedridden for years, I lost 65 pounds, all muscle, like lost, a lot of my mass, and I didn't even know it. I had no clue that I'd lost any weight. Actually, I didn't know I'd lost not even a pound. Had no clue. Not until I went to another doctor, and they threw me on a scale and told me what I weighed. I was like, Jesus, I've lost 65 pounds in like 5 months. And it was probably less than that. It was probably like 3.5 months. Because the first few weeks, I don't think I was losing any weight. First few weeks to a month or so. And then I got on all these medications. I had a PICC line went in my arm right here. Right there. Up through my shoulder, down into my heart. Pumping that freaking antibiotic right into my heart so it would go throughout my body and into my bone. That was the whole point, was so it would go into my bone. And that stuff about killed me. I developed an allergic reaction to that. Got very, very, very sick. Probably lost more weight. I wasn't exactly weighing myself at that point. I know I was wearing jeans at that point that I hadn't worn since I was in like 8th or 9th grade. So I had lost a lot of weight. And I was wearing shorts too, because I was, like I said, at that point I was still almost pretty much bedridden. And then about 2.5 years in, a little over 2 years in, is whenever I started kind of on the upswing a little bit and started putting weight back on, but it wasn't muscle. Because, well, first of all, I couldn't be active. I was on a walker. I was literally on a walker. And unable to do hardly anything. I could not put any weight on my leg. I was sick. I was all kinds of issues. Which, flat out, could have been prevented. The doctor I had, the surgeon that I had, I don't have not one good word to say about that man. Not one. Not even he's got nice teeth. Like, I got nothing. Nothing for him. I mean, I just hope that he never does to anyone else what he done to me. That's what I hope. Odds are that's not going to be the case, because I already know about another situation with him that actually was with my friend that hung himself back in October. He had a really bad car accident, which happened before. What he had happened to him happened before me, and I didn't find out about it until years after my accident. But he had a really bad car accident when he was like 19. Got flown to the hospital or something. Ended up in the hospital, and the doctor that I ended up with is the one he ended up with, and he put hardware in his leg and done all this stuff. Well, it was time, he needed the hardware taken out of his leg. Well, when they went into him to take it out of his leg, they couldn't take it out because he had left a cap on top of the rod, and the rod has threads on top of it or something, to where how you take it out with that reverse hammer. So they had to wake him up after they'd already put him out for surgery and everything. Not like he had to be awake and coherent, and the medication had to be cleared out of his system for him to make a surgical decision whether or not he wanted to have his leg broke again, to take this hardware out, because of the fact that cap had grown into his leg. And I don't think he did it. I don't think he let him break his leg again. But like the dude left something in his leg that wasn't supposed to be there, and then discovers it whenever they're going in to take the hardware out of his leg. And yeah, he told me that whole story. And then at the time, he was actually working side by side with the guy. He was his X-ray tech at the time. So he would, like, when they would go in for a surgery, they would use like an ultrasound machine. So he would be running the ultrasound machine so he could see where he was going into veins or whatever. I don't know exactly how that works, but other than based on what he told me. But he was working side by side with this guy, this doctor. And he's like, he didn't even remember who I was after I was trying to tell him, you know, like, you left that cap in my leg and, like, you had to wake me up. And I don't know. I've got to do, I need to do a opposite of glaring online review of this guy, because whenever I was in the hospital the first time, right after I got flown to the hospital, I was like, let me look this guy up. Let's see what kind of reviews he's got. Literally, this is exactly what I said and what I thought. I was like, let me see what this guy's online presence says. You know, what people say about him with the reviews and stuff online. So I Google him, I look him up. And he had all 5-star reviews. And they were all glaringly good reviews. And I was like, huh, this guy must be pretty good. So I was like, you know, I'll trust this guy. I will put my trust into this man, and I will. At the time, I didn't really have any experience dealing with doctors. So I went off that online review, and I was like, all right, I'm going to trust this guy. And then the huge red flag that I knew at the time, because I'll tell you what happened. You'll say, well, you know, obviously you knew that what was going on wasn't right. But as I was getting ready to get sent home, I'm getting up to get in the wheelchair, whatever, my doctor, this guy, is in my room. And I'm like, hey, doc, you're going to put me on some antibiotics, send me home on, right? He looked right at me and he said, nope, you don't need them. And I furrow my brow. Are you sure? Yep, I'm sure. You don't need them. All right. Sit down in my wheelchair, and I leave without antibiotics. I was home maybe 10 days, give or take. 10 to 14 days, somewhere along in there. And my leg swelled up so big that it had ruptured out all of the incision points and the part where my leg ripped open. There was about that much on the back side of my leg that didn't ripped open. So it was a chunk on the back side of my calf-ish area, like the back side on the left side, about like that, and the rest of it was just twisted and cut and ripped and flipped around. But all that had swollen up great big and ruptured. And how did they? So how they flushed mine out was when that doctor didn't flush. Oh, you mean the PICC line? You might be talking about the PICC line. How they flush the PICC line out? They would just use saline and just. They would take two completely full syringe things and just shove two of them through there real quick, boop, boop, and cap it off, and you're done until the next one. When and whatever you had going into it next. I had these stupid rubber balls, vancomycin. They start off about that big around, and they had like the pressure where they filled them up so tight. The pressure of that rubber ball squeezing it down is what forced it into your body. and as it got smaller and smaller and smaller, it would force less into you, and it would get down to, I don't know, about like that, and then it would be done. You'd take it off, and that would take. Usually, it would take me longer for some reason. I don't know. Some people it goes in quicker. Some people it doesn't. Sometimes it would take me like 2 hours to get one of those balls in me. Hour and a half, 2 hours. It sucked. Not only for that reason, but because of what it was doing to me. It was just absolutely ravaging the inside of my body. But anyways, about 2 weeks, my leg swelled up, ruptured, and my leg had turned black. Like it, I've got pictures of it. It was just it was bad. It looked bad. So I called that nurse, and this was probably on like, it was either a Sunday or a Monday, or maybe it but was a Saturday. I don't know. And I was like, hey, I've got these issues. You know, my leg's swelled great big. It's hot. It's red. Pretty sure it's infected. I told him that. I told him that it had ruptured open, and that what do you want me to do? And she's like, well, you probably should go to the emergency room. I'm like, I can go to the emergency room, but all they're going to do is give me pain medication and tell me to go home until I can see you. I was like, so how about you give me a number or something to where I can send photos to you and you can look at this. So I took a bunch of photos of it. I got, they gave me a phone number that I could text them the pictures. I texted them the pictures, and she calls me immediately. She's like, don't worry about going to the emergency room. We're scheduling you for an emergency surgery Wednesday morning at 7 o'clock. Don't eat anything Tuesday night, after midnight, whatever. I'm like, okay, cool. Like, great. I need to get whatever done. So I show up Wednesday morning for surgery. The front desk is like, what are you doing here? I'm like, well, I was scheduled for emergency surgery this morning. And they're like, they're looking through their book. I'm like, no. I'm like, okay, well, what do you want me to do? Like, I need something done. And I had actually recorded my phone call with that lady. I remember this now, because I was afraid of something stupid like this happening. And she's like, are you sure they said that? And I was like, I'm positive. So I pull the phone call up, and I'm like, play. Here you go. And she's like, you can see her eyes getting bigger as she's listening to it. She's like, let me go get whoever. She comes back. She's like, okay, we're going to pencil you in on the schedule, and we're going to fit you in where we can. And I was like, oh, cool. So any idea when you're going to get me in there? Get down. Goose, get down. She's like, no, but we hope to get you in by 6 or 7 o'clock that evening. So we're talking like 11, 12 hours from what time it is when I first got there. I got there at 7 a.m. Eventually, at like 5 o'clock, they take us back and put us in a room. And we're sitting back there, and we're like, okay, finally, something's going to happen. They're going to do something. We sat in that room from like 5 o'clock till 3 in the morning. And I hadn't eaten or drinking anything since midnight the night before, so I was like 27 hours, and I was dying of thirst. Like, dying of thirst. It was awful. I couldn't imagine somebody dying of thirst. Legitimately dying because they didn't have something to drink. Oh, it would be torture, man. Because I just went like 27 hours, and it was really getting to me. Like, it's all I could think about. Even though I was in a ton of pain elsewhere, like, the only thing I could think about was like, I want something to drink. I need something to drink. Just give me some ice. Anyway, finally, like 3 in the morning, and this guy had been doing surgeries on and off all day since like 7 o'clock that morning, 6 o'clock that morning, I'm sure. Here we are, 3 o'clock in the morning, and they're taking me back. And it just, I get the surgery done. I come out of the surgery, and I'm in a hospital. You know, I'm staying in the hospital after this. He comes in to my room, and I said, "Hey, doc, I had a pretty bad infection in there, right?" "Nope, you ain't got no infection." Would not admit it. Would not admit it. The whole time I seen that guy, which was, like I said, 4 or 5 months, however long it was. Well, it might have been like 3.5 months, and it took me forever to get another doctor to look at me. Finally, whenever I finally got in to see another doctor, the doctor that I have now, the surgeon that I have now, whenever he took me in, like, he was like, "Oh my God." Like, he was flushing infection out of my leg because first thing he had to do was go in and take the hardware out, and he went through that process. He went through multiple sets of hardware, but he was flushing my leg out, like from the top at my knee, and flushing the stuff out, and it was coming out my ankle. And he said it was bad, one of the worst he'd ever seen. So, long story, like, you guys haven't even I haven't even went through probably a 16th of what has happened with it all. I didn't even go through nowhere near what I went through with just that one horrible, horrible doctor. And his name is Dr. Bolano. If you guys ever end up, the odds of this, of one of you guys, like maybe Blindside could end up there. Renee probably lives close enough to end up in Huntington. Anyways, if you're in Huntington, stay away from that guy. That's my advice, and I will be doing my online review of that guy. I need to do that. What's Tim got going on where he needs a full recovery? Coming back from bone marrow transplant takes a very long time. So you're dealing with last week it was 9.2. Let's see. Just got 2 units of blood. Hemoglobin was under 7. Now it's at 9.2. That sounds like the right direction. I could always smell the saline. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I smell it and taste it. Both. Like, I could smell and taste everything they put in there except the antibiotic. Never smelled or tasted that. Let me tell you something weird that's been going on with me lately. I might have mentioned this last week because I think it started like last Saturday, maybe. Something like that. I have been smelling. No, it didn't. It started Sunday, as a matter of fact. Sunday night. I have been smelling constantly. Right now I smell it. Gasoline exhaust fumes, like from a car. I mean, it's strong. It's strong. Like, it's in the back of my throat. Every smell, like, it's there. I don't understand what the heck is going on with that. I've told multiple people that are nurses, and they're like, "Do you got COVID?" I'm like, "No, I don't have COVID." So I don't know. I don't know what this is. I've never experienced anything like this before, but it has been consistent, and it's been almost a week now. So it's been 6 full days now, as of this evening, because it started Sunday evening, Sunday night last week. And my uncle passed away Monday morning. And I didn't focus on stuff like that very much. So, anyways, I just thought I'd mention that and see if anybody had any comments on that, because it smells stuck. It It ain't that, because I shower way too often for that to be the case. That's another thing. Like, when you got a big old beard like this, it does absorb smells and the environment, just stuff you eat. It's like it's a catch-all. I shampoo it just like I shampoo my head, condition it just like I condition my head, and then I blow dry it and comb it out. Like it adds a whole, I would say 15 minutes. Oh no, probably longer than that. 15, 20 minutes to my routine. If it wasn't for this, I could take a shower, get out, comb my hair, get dressed, all that, 20 minutes. Add the beard, we're talking 35, 40. Like it's a whole nother. It's almost like doubles the time. What? Yap. Almost the same as having long hair. Yeah, except this catches food. It's the thing. Like anything that you eat or drink, it's like every time I take a drink of something, I'm trying to part that so it doesn't get all over me. And then if I don't do that and it still gets in my mustache or whatever, then it sometimes drips down and I'm like, okay, depending on what it is, it might get sticky. I'm like, okay, yep. Now I've got to go wash up. Hair's a little easier. I would have to say. Just because this is food and drink magnet. You know what I mean? Um, it's kind of because of what I do with food all the time. It's definitely relevant to that point. You know. All right, guys, I've yapped on long enough. Um, I don't know how many of you guys, which I'll cut off here in a second. Have any of you guys kept up with I've been checking back in with it periodically. I really didn't check in with it a whole lot through the week, except whenever I saw that Adventures with Purpose, which is a YouTube channel of guys that are divers, they go and started off, they were just doing like river cleanup. They'd find like old cell phones, and then they started pulling old cars and stuff, and then they started like focusing on cold cases, and then they ended up on this Kylie Rodney case that she was she was 16. She would have turned 17 2 days ago on the 1st of this month, September 1st. So I kept up with it there in the beginning a little bit, but then stuff kind of happened over the weekend. My uncle passed away, and I didn't really pay that much attention to it through the week. And then I saw that they found her exactly where they shouldn't have. And there's a lot of, if you guys are interested in stuff like that, I would highly recommend going back and watching some of this. Start at the beginning of the videos that are out there, like that started like 3 weeks ago, 2.5, 3 weeks ago, and work your way forward, and then get to the point where we're at now. And there's some really weird stuff, like real life stuff, and I just couldn't imagine being that little girl's parents and going through what they're going through right now. She graduated school earlier, when I guess probably a year early, because I graduated when I was 17. She graduated when she was 16, getting ready to turn 17. I graduated when I was 17, not long before I turned 18. So probably a year early. But I would recommend checking it out if you haven't. It's very interesting. Real life though, and it's, there's real emotions, there's real people involved, but there's some real shady stuff going on. real shady. There's a lot of speculation on what is going on, but has to be a lot of people that knows way more than what they're saying. That's the way I feel about it. Some other people feel differently, but I think most people feel the same way I do about that. Not everybody, but there's definitely some weird stuff going on. I've still got groceries out in my car that I've got to get. I went to the store right before I started this, and I just left everything in the car because I wanted to get everything ready and not be too late. All right, guys. There is if anybody wants to donate to Miss Renee, it's right at the top of the description. If you want to do that, please feel free. Her PayPal is there, which is that's the only way I know to do it where it doesn't cost, where nobody's out anything. Like there's no fees, there's no anything. If you do it friends and family, that doesn't cost anybody anything extra. They're not keeping part of it. You see what I'm saying? Because even GoFundMe keeps part of it. It's a very small, I would say insignificant for the service that they provide. But yes, that's the only way I know to do it where it doesn't lose anything. So I like that idea. I like that aspect of it. But I do think a GoFundMe needs to happen. I will try to update as things come in. Nothing has came in yet as far as the things that people said that they wanted to send in. And the list is getting longer. Miss Marilyn at AnnandAllen.com. Go check it out. You can see all the different flavors of gooey butter cake that she has. You can go. It's going to be one at a time. So if you win the auction for that, you'll get one gooey butter cake sent to you from Ann and Allen. AnnandAllen.com right there. And then again, here's just an idea of what that list is going to look like. I think it's backwards in the camera. I'm not real sure. It might be mirrored. But then Miss Gail's also got the quilt. Saltycroccollectibles is sending stuff. I'm pretty sure History Savior's sending that stuff. If anybody else would want to send anything, I'm taking it upon myself to facilitate this, which is not going to be easy for me time-wise right now. I've got some other stuff going on that's it's going to be a ballet of me to deal with everything and get this done at the same time. So I'm going to try to get, as soon as that happens, get that stuff sent out the next day and the day after. So it's just done. So I don't have to worry about it. And I've already got some boxes. I picked them up at the post office. I'm going to pick up some more. I don't know. I need to get smaller ones, like mediums. I need to get medium flat rates. And I don't think much will be small. The B unit set's going all together. I think I'm going to do an accessory packet with like a partial pack. Well, it'll have to be empty because I can't do it not empty. As far as if it's doing an auction, I can give you guys whatever I want, but I cannot do anything other than that. Hey, Smokey, I'm donating a PR1M. What? For the auction and a CR1M too. If you can have a look at your messages when you're done here. Cheers. Thank you for the super chat, Dan. I will check the messages. Well, there you guys go. Wow, Dan. Like, the generosity of everybody. A PR1M, guys, that's like, honestly, that should be $150, $200, I would say, minimum. PR1Ms are, you can't get them. You cannot get them, and I know that you're not going to be able to get them, according to what Dan was telling me. I think it's been a while since he told me about that, but it seems like he said something about the ability. his ability to get is not. He's not going to be able to get them, and he's probably still got to message me, right? We need to look after each other. Well, Dan, I appreciate that, man. You being all the way over there, dude. Like, I hate for you to do that because I know that it's the shipping that kills anything for Dan. So we're going to have to work something out there to where this isn't costing Dan even more. So yeah, we'll have to figure that out in there as well. Me and him will discuss that and figure out the details to that. Unlikely that you'll see many again. Right. I know one person that had a line on him years ago that kind of claimed that they still had a line on him, but I never seen any like actually come through. There was a lot of talk and no action when it came to that. So I don't know. The PR1Ms are something that I hope that people realize what exactly that is, and what that value is. So now we've got Dan, we've got the stuff from Saltycroccollectibles, we got History Savior, we got Miss Gail, and we got Miss Marilyn. So, what is that, 5? We got Dan, Saltycroc, History Savior, Miss Marilyn, Miss Gail. 5 or 6. Anyway, I'm going to sign off. Thank you guys. Thanks to my patrons as always. I know it's been a little bit of a slower process than I had anticipated, but I think the reasoning is understandable. I didn't expect what happened this week to exactly happen. So, anyway. All right, guys. I will see you guys on the next live stream. Later.